Misha, you have 14 viewers at this time. I can't see it. Splendid, how are you?
Good. You guys have some serious equipment. I'm a videographer too, but you guys are taking it a bit to the next level, which is awesome. I see those are Black Magics. Very nice.
This one too.
Wow, that's some serious rig. What do you guys, do you work for FAU or you work, that's your own company?
No, it's my own company.
Very nice. What kind of events do you usually do?
Mostly live TV style production. I can do off-grid.
That looks like it. Is it going to be live or is it?
Oh, this is streaming now.
There you go. You can switch the cameras and all that.
Yep.
Wow, that is, yeah. I'm definitely taking a bit of a different direction, but you guys are absolutely killing it. This is my as almost professional.
Yes. Give me PowerPoint or give me death. Is that the PowerPoint, Misha? Yes, I have.
Please check your mic. You're good?
Hang on a second. Let me look at the audio screen. Say again. Mic
Your
check.
audio's off.
This one right here.
Now it's on.
Count to 3.
1, 2, 3.
Yes, good.
Apologize for the link. Second level there. Where's the second one? Cameras off? Cameras on the slide?
PowerPoint is scrolled.
Where's my phone?
What?
Here's.
Not using.
What I'm using.
Not using.
unmute it. Hit the power button, and you'll unmute it.
Okay, she got it that time.
Sorry, you were cut. You're on now. You should be. Make sure it doesn't say mute when you speak into the microphone, please. Sorry. Please. Your mic is on. Yeah, make sure.
Good morning, everyone.
Damn it. I can't do anything about it. I'm adjusting it over here, leave it alone.
Our mission is the creation of decentralized, transparent, and most importantly, beneficial artificial general intelligence. And part of that is that in order to create such systems, you need data and model integrity, which is where pure cipher and the artificial immune systems and NP those come in. So
the boundaries of what's possible and to explore what we can do with this new space. So I'm really excited today to talk to you about what we've been working on in both the lab and in PureSight. So I'm going to go through this quick, but I want questions. So jump in at any point and sort of raise your hands. I want to talk about this idea that I think is so important and the reason why we're going to need artificial immune systems, this idea of info hazard, dangerous information. And we're going to look at what that looks like for both people, but also for machines. And so we have a new unprecedented era of technology. I don't know if I need this so loud, where we have new capabilities. And when we put these new capabilities out, we need to discover what are the vulnerabilities of these new systems. And that's what we're going to be looking at a bit today. But the main idea is that every natural intelligence in the world has an immune system. So what we're trying to do is to build an immune system for every artificial intelligence. So why would you need such a thing? Why is that going to be so important? And why are we going to also need this kind of immune system to help us decide about information as it comes down the line in the next few years? I'm sure you know who these two characters are. Von Neumann said, I'm working on something more important than bombs. He realized that computers and what computers can do was really going to change everything and determine how we just move forward in the future. After the bomb went off, all the metal in the world was contaminated by radiation. And that's what's happened now. All of the information in the world is now contaminated by artificial data. If you get a photograph, or you get a paragraph, or you get an essay, you don't know anymore if it's real or if it's fake. The library in 20 years or so is going to be priceless because you'll be able to go to a book and open the pages and with very high certainty know that the human being wrote that or that the human being took that photograph. And so just like all the metal in the world got contaminated after World War II, all of our data is starting to be contaminated. And we're looking at watermark technology that will enable us to understand and know where things came from and what do we want to do with them. Nowadays, if you want to get metal that doesn't have any radiation of its own, you have to go pull it up from a submarine or a battleship that sank before the bomb went off. This idea of steganography and watermarking, it's amazing how far back this technology goes. We see watermarks in 1282, and there was a book on steganography itself disguised as a book of magic from 1499. And so these ideas have been sitting here in our culture, ready to be used for a very long time. And now we're going to need these technologies to help us sort out this artificial intelligence data. We can now take these AI systems and just drop languages on one end and get the translation out on the other. You can put French, you can put Spanish, you can put Japanese, or you can put computer codes, or you can put cryptographic codes. There's been communication conversation just this month. It's thought that some of the new AI systems are starting to break the kind of algorithms that we use to secure banking and to secure hospital records and everything in between. So one of the things that we're trying to develop is a set of protocols that even if you throw an AI at it, it still won't be able to decide what we're talking about. So what are the concerns with AI that can generate all these things? Well, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. You might have been thinking about these already. But I think the last two are going to become the most important that we're going to have to deal with in the next few years. And it's the AI's ability to trick you, to convince you of something that's not true, or to convince you of something that is true might not be. So we're going to need an artificial immune system. If we go out to the ocean, I hope you all join us for the barbecue this afternoon. If we go and take a drop of seawater, there's going to be more than 1 million viruses in there. But I recommend that everybody jump in the ocean this afternoon. It's good for you. So how do we get to the point where our immune system can handle that kind of complexity and that kind of continual bombardment by sort of the chaos on the outside? That's what we you can turn televisions on and off, you can turn all security systems on and off. It's not even connected to ChatGPT 4 yet. If you take a little device like this, and you pull up the kind of AI we have on it now, it's a very formidable system. You stick it on a drone and you fly it around campus, and you have a serious problem on your hands. These kind of adversarial attacks, to be able to go into the AI system and see, well, who's in that face recognition system? Can I extract their face? Can I break the door lock and then find out all the pictures of people who are in there? Maybe. Can we tell who participated in a medical study by testing their face against the database and see if the machine has memorized their face more than others? Here's an example of how you might trick a computer. Computers use measures, they use math to understand things. And here's some traditional measures that you might use. Measure the average and the x-coordinate, the average and the y-coordinate, and so on. But as you can see on the left, the pattern is changing all the while. But if we're just using the numbers on the right, we will never know that that pattern is actually changing right under our nose. And so this is the kind of thing that we need to be aware of, is how are we measuring the data that's coming in, and how can that be attacked and manipulated? We see some pictures here where the difference between the left and the middle shows up on the right. Very little difference. Very little difference. Just a couple speckles that have been added. But now the computer no longer thinks that's a line in a race car. It thinks it's a sailboat with a pair of jeans. It has no idea. And so you can trick these things in ways that humans would never be tricked. And so we have to understand how these systems work, how can we make them more like us so that they're not vulnerable. These stickers and that little bit of blue paint can throw off a self-driving car. They're carefully crafted and put in just the right spot that it will trick the artificial brain into thinking that's a yield sign or a speed limit or anything else you want to have. Are we susceptible to these same kind of attacks? There's a book that came out in the 90s called Snow Crash, and the idea was that you could show this pattern to people and it would sort of hack their brain and crash it a little bit. And when I read it the first time, I thought, this is a silly idea. It can't possibly be that way. But these models, these neural networks, were designed to be simulations of the human brain. That's why they were built the first time. And so we have to see, are we vulnerable to these kinds of things? I won't go into too much detail about this one. You can ask me questions. But here we can get a neural network to not just give you the wrong answer, but to do something different altogether. Sort of Manchurian candidate. You can get it to do a task it's not even aware that it's doing. And so these are the kind of things we need to be mindful of. Here's a deep fake that came out just this week. New technology. Given one photograph on the left, it's animating the face on the right. It's adding the audio too. It sounds from one photograph, you can now render an arbitrary amount of realistic natural head movement. Now, the face on the left doesn't have to be real. That's not even a real picture. That's an AI picture, and then you animate the AI picture. So it wasn't even real to begin with.
Audio.
You can do it with the whole posture, not just with the face. So now when you say, well, I saw this person do that, how would you know? Or you have genuine evidence of someone doing something, and they say it's just you think. How will we know what's real and what's not? You can imagine doing these things in real time. Are these real or fake? These are fake. I generated these for this talk using a 6-year-old computer, the kind of computer that a middle school kid might have to play video games. You don't need nation-state hardware to do this kind of stuff. You don't need elaborate software that does not use the internet and not use the API. That's unbelievable, right? When we opened this lab meet online 10 years ago, we were so excited that the world was on the cusp of being able to tell the difference between simple things and photographs. There was a Nomian, and I tell the story every time, in 2007, if you shuffled up photographs of cats and dogs, there wasn't a computer on the planet that could unshuffle them. That wasn't that long ago. Now, not only can it unshuffle them at high speed, it can generate fake images at high speed. The image on the left was the capability of the AI art generator 12 months ago. On the same prompt, robot takes over the city. On the right is what you get 12 months later. Drawing visual graphics and creating blueprints is not that different. Creating blueprints and instructing 3D printers how to operate aren't that different. Right? If you go from that step to that step in another 12 months, you might expect that thing to be able to print itself out. As crazy as that sounds. Okay, say it doesn't take 12 months. Say it takes 12 years, let's just say. Is that a long time? This is why we need a user. We need to know, is this data safe? Can I ingest it into my network? Can I trust what it's saying about what it's doing? This is the kind of task that our user system does every single moment, every single day, and all of ourselves. And that's the kind of thing we're trying to do. So that's our goal with OpenAIS. That's our goal with bridging together Singularity Net, Pure Cipher, the MPCR Lab. So I want to thank you all for joining us this morning and letting us share what we're working on. We'd love to take questions. Please.
Have you seen Iron Man?
Take this one on.
Have you seen Iron Man?
Probably not the new ones.
The first one, he's talking to his AI, and he's talking it through making something. And at one point he says, yeah, fill in the details there. And within an hour or so, it has machine manufactured something that did not exist before. That's so much more than just printing out an image. How long do you think before we get there?
You know, there's sort of what they call science fiction, and then maybe something you think of engineering fiction. That's not science fiction. Right? That's just engineering glue. And it might take a little bit of team and throw a little bit of dollars at it. But could you now take a metal fabrication device, connect it to a blueprint generation, connect it to some agent that's analyzing? One of the things that we're exploring in the lab now is taking the AI agents and making a whole swarm of them. You can make about 10 or 15 of them. And one of them acts as the manager, project manager, one of them acts as the head coder, one of them is the debug expert, one of them does quality control, and so on. And they do a sort of a round robin and have a conversation. So you can imagine the 3D printer talking to the blueprint generation and say, well, I think if I print that, it wouldn't work. Try it again. And then if you add a simulator, then sort of all bets are off. Because now we can dream and say, would that work? You can run it through its simulation and then have an idea of what it should do next. Other questions? Yeah, one in the back.
Hey, well, that was a great talk, really interesting.
Thank you.
So I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of AI.
Absolutely.
So I like your few big examples, they were really interesting. But there's something about them that's just a little bit off, right? They look very much like a human until they do some weird thing and people are weirded out by them. How long do you think it'll be before we overcome that and you have something that doesn't really have that same sort of subconscious kind of like propulsion?
Yeah, it's a great question. One thing that comes to mind is the next generation going to have the same uncanny valley we had, in some sense, growing up? Because they're going to get used to seeing this. I don't think it's that far away. Because if you had showed me some of these high-resolution generations just 5 or 6 years ago, I would have thought this would be a little bit farther out. I would have thought by the 2030s or 2040s we might be able to generate high-resolution stuff. But it's amazing that it sort of came out of nowhere. We didn't have a thing that could draw squares and triangles. It was never in the kindergarten stage. It wasn't in kindergarten stage for very long. Right? It was in kindergarten stage for a very short amount of time. And the fact that it can generate these extraordinarily high-resolution images. And what's really neat about it is if you ask it, for example, to make something underwater, the bubbles will go up. Right? Like it learns physics along the way. And it'll put a little reflection on the bubble, and it'll get a little of the shadows right. It had to somehow absorb optics along the way. So I think it's only a matter of time before they learn, oh, people are recognizing me as a deep fake, and sort of learn to adapt it. And that's one of the interesting things. If there's ever a way of detecting this one's not the genuine, you can feed that back into the AI so that it starts to yeah.
So, everybody thinks of AI as this entity thing in the movie, and everybody's worried about this thing taking over, taking over the humanity. However, there's a lot of other stuff
Skip
like
that.
all the
Skip.
artificial bacteria, I think people are not aware of something like this, which is just as important.
Yeah, there's another emerging field that's almost as old as artificial intelligence itself, and it's called artificial life. And I like to think of it as digital pond water. And amazingly, John von Neumann, one of sometimes the original computer scientist, he actually experimented with this himself. He set out virtual evolution in the memory. He said, just let it bubble around to see what it does, to see if you can get interesting things to evolve out of the computer hard drive the same way we do out of the oceans. And this is something that's also going to be an issue, as Wendy's saying, they don't have to be mean or trying to steal your wallet or something. It could be like critters in the jungle that are just there trying to do their thing, and they eat bits, and if they find your Bitcoin wallet, they say, oh, there's lots of dummy bits in here. And so one of the things that we're looking at is how do you protect against that? And that's what our immune system can do, is it can protect us against the seawater, so to speak. It isn't really necessarily out to get us, it just has its own ideas about what to do. Yeah, Chad.
So where does this all go when you add quantum computing to all this?
Great question. I think we're going to start to see an explosion of these kind of technologies. If we look at sort of calculate, down here we have the year, and here you have how many calculations you can get done if you spend $1,000 on a computer. And that's just going dum, 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 dum. And what's amazing is, Gordon Moore, he worked at Intel about here in the 60s. He plotted sort of this part. But it really doesn't have anything to do with transistors, because that trend was already happening when computers were made out of vacuum tubes, and it was even already happening when they were made out of gears and cranks, machinery. And so if we look, this trend, now one you can see in the 1965 trend went to here, and reality went faster than even people dreamed it would, even with the sort of assuming an exponential growth. And then on the side here, you can see spiders, lizards, mouse, monkeys, and so on. And this graph was put out in '98. And the idea was when we got a computer that fast, we should be able to start simulating these things. This is why Elon and I put the lab together. So we said, wow, there's actually computers now. And we started with a little toy car, which was basically a mouse. We are dangerously here right now, right? As you can see, the computers are out there. We don't know how to do all the algorithms yet. And when quantum comes down the line, it's going to move that up quite a bit. But that's not the only sort of player coming down the block. We have optical computing. We're going to run the computations directly in light. This is going to cause a tremendous speed up. Those are things like spintronics that use different properties of the atom to calculate. We've got stochastic computers with neural networks. They're not exact. Computers in the 50s, they wanted to make sure they got every decimal place right. If it was one off, they'd say something was broken. But that's not how humans work. We judge things with a lot of error tolerance. And so if we know the neural network can tolerate a lot of errors, we'll let the chip tolerate errors. And there are chips that can multiply these giant matrices, and they don't get the answers right. It's kind of like it's off in the pennies, or like at the gas station, the little bits at the end. It's off quite in those numbers, but it's right where it matters. And it can do it blindingly fast, 50 million times a second to do these giant calculations. And so all these kind of technologies are coming down the line. Kevin?
Question. Currently, I've heard a number that there's 80 billion packs a week in Manhattan alone. Okay, could you tell me what the number is on a global basis?
The hacking thing?
Yes.
It's almost impossible probably to measure, and I think we're going to unfortunately see an explosion of that. But there's a couple of things that we're going to be able to do. One is the immune systems. But two, as these AIs get more capable, right? If you think about one of these models, I generated those drone images offline. Offline, without the internet. That doesn't make any sense. That means somehow a little box has all of the ideas of the internet inside it. Well, that's a good thing. Because if you remember with dial-up, we can unplug it at night and you're safe because you've been not on broadband, so we're not going to get hacked at night. We can unplug. And if you don't actually need the internet, use your LLM. And if you're worried about attacks in this country, that country, are you really using their internet anyway? Are you actually connected to that network? And so a lot of people, I think, will actually disconnect from the internet and from our web. There.
Is there anyone you can recommend that focuses on the social implications of AI? What it's going to do to disrupt society, like massive shifts in labor needs,
Stephen Evans. He's got some great ideas about this. Yeah.
Hi, great talk. It was really interesting to hear. Just a quick question. Just like viruses and bacteria evolve in real life, how do you think AIS can continue to evolve with these, evolving models? Is it even a possibility, or is it something that we can take into consideration in the future? And your thoughts on that?
I think you're definitely right. We need a co-evolution, right? The cat and the mouse evolved together, right? They didn't just show up one was really fast, otherwise the cat would never fly, and so on. So I think that's why it's so important we start building this thing now. We can still keep the AI in the jar. I'm hopeful we'll be able to keep it in the jar indefinitely, but some people think it might leak out. But we're going to need this technology along the way. If we wait and just sort of sleep on this for 5 or 10 years or longer, and then realize it's a big problem, then it might sort of be a bigger issue, right? It's kind of thing when you see the, ants or whatever, take care of it now, because in South Florida it'll go kind of crazy. So this is the kind of thing I think we need to have a co-evolution of these systems for sure. Thank you.
Will, last question.
So how is this affected by concepts of swarms and decentralized collaborative systems? Because a lot of the discussion is around if an adversary does this, can you protect your data? But the bigger concern might be, well, what if there's millions of swarms of attacks? Are there swarms of defenses that people have to do?
I think that's what we're going to need. We're going to need a swarm of immune system for sure. But it's a great question about the controllability of decentralized systems, right? Does anybody really control Bitcoin, for example, right? I think we want to be careful about putting those kinds of systems out in the world and out there. The nodes, so to speak, that actually keep them running, because we want to make sure that we can control these kinds of systems. But this is where we need to get inspiration from the immune system, because the immune system is like our brain. If you've got chickenpox as a kid, it remembers that. It can solve information pattern matching problems, just like the brain. But it's distributed. It doesn't live in one spot. It doesn't have a localization. So we need to figure out how does that thing work, and then hopefully we can get some ideas.
That also applies to everything you said, that you can't ever turn it off. There isn't any single one.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate all the questions.
I just got the thing to you. I just got yours, I think.
Why? Why?
Because I'm going to mute for
Doesn't matter, Misha.
Hello, everyone. The next portion of our program will be the panel discussion, and the moderator will be Wendy Chen. The list of panelists are Kyle Dillon, Corey Scott, come up front. Kyle is a technology and national security analytical modernization lead. Wow, actually. And Kyle is also a research fellow
great to be here among the distinguished panelists and speakers. And we are at a time we haven't seen in our generation or many generations. At the beginning of the revolution, that's going to be 10, 20 years from now, we're going to say, wow, this is bigger than industrial revolution. It's bigger than internet. So we're at the beginning of that. I am very, very excited. There are so many possibilities for AI to offer humanity, make us better, make businesses better. As far as my background is concerned, I'm a partner and a COO at Seven Frame Bakers, and I spent over 25 years of my career at Intel, Autodesk, and ADP. And I went to graduate school during the AI winter in the 90s, and I took a class in neural networks. Anyone still remembers this programming a while back? And but then now I'm focusing on AI and automation. There are quite a few number of applications that I have supervised and my team has developed in the last 6-7 years. I'm super excited to be here and share and learn from all.
Good morning. Delighted to be here. It's quite energizing to want to be in policy, given my reason, to talk about a topic like AI. And I was really fascinated by Dr. Hahn's discussion this morning, and so it's really exciting. As indicated, I'm Ken Robinson. I'm a retired finance executive with experience across compliance, risk, and control influence. When I think about technology and I reflect on kind of where we are, obviously it's in my seeing the advent of the computer as Dr. Hahn was talking about, the internet, and if you think about AI, I mean, it was fascinating, technology. I think it's something that we will all be impacted by. And I think, again, it's not only how will we be impacted by it, but how will we leverage it. And that's what excites me in my role as a corporate board member. And I have to say, I think I gave Wendy the symbol for oxygen control. Its name is still oxygen control, but it's stock symbol of oxygen. So I serve on several corporate boards, oxygen, one of them has that's what we retail the other, Velocity Corporation, and I also serve on Morgan Stanley. So in that context, I get to see a lot of what's going on in this space. And from my perspective, it's about how do we leverage it in those businesses. Part of my perspective is being a finance guy is technology, is incredibly powerful. But I think from a business perspective, it really has to connect into the business strategy. I'm happy to say across the 3 companies or 4 companies that I serve with, we are all taking it from a perspective of how can we leverage it as well as how can we protect ourselves and potential benefits. And I think that concept, that framework, I think has us in a good position in terms of being able to fully leverage it while also managing the potential downside of AI. So I'm excited to be here, and I look forward to continuing the discussion.
Hi everyone, my name is Kyle. Great to be down here as usual with the Center for Tomorrow. I'm in the national security space. I work with the Defense Department and I work with modernization. That basically means bringing in machine learning to help execute that collapse of critical infrastructure. And some very serious things that we need to keep it on, because there's a lot, arguments out there right now on whether we need to think about existentialism or ethics. I mean, I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I mean, there's, some of these risks are so systemic that it would be awful for us not to consider it. Yeah, we've got a little more. That's right.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Schechter. I'm a co-chair of Lewis & Brisbois White Collar Group, Regulatory Group. Before joining Lewis Brisbois, I was a federal prosecutor for 4.5 years, criminal federal prosecutor in the village of Florida. Before that, I was in private practice in Manhattan for 8 years. I think you could spend a whole session just on the legal and regulatory framework, and obviously we'll get into the issues more in depth with AI. But one of the things on a theoretical basis, when you think about law and AI, is laws have been around for centuries, right? Laws have governed the human condition. You kill my friend, an eye for an eye. You breach that contract. 150 years ago, we now have jurisprudence that says what happens. And so the way to think about law and regulations is it tries to think of where the human condition will go, what problems might occur. And I think of the analogy of Wayne Gretzky. Wayne Gretzky was a great hockey player, not because he played the puck that was in front of him. He was a great hockey player because he played the puck where he thought it would go, where it would be. And that's what laws and regulations for hundreds of years have tried to do. They've tried to adapt and say, where is a technology, where is industry going to be, so that we can provide guardrails to that. And so when you think about laws and regulation, you have to think about the several levels of law and regulations that are out there, the state level, federal level, the private bar. And we can get into all that, but one of the things that has just amazed me, I read this morning on Axios, is that Google's DeepMind researchers reported this week that a new AI model discovered more than 2.2 million hypothetical materials. 2.2 million hypothetical materials, that was just discovered. And so when we are tasking our regulatory and law and legal community, we're trying to understand where that hockey puck is going to go. It is really difficult because, as that chart shows, every day brings a change. Every day drives innovation. And so we have to think about what our past laws were, what our current laws are, and try and understand, okay, what does around the corner look like to protect innovation, to protect individuals, to protect the data, and be glad to talk about that today.
So, we all know about what happened with OpenAI, the fire was in Hahn, and then the rehiring plus the resignation of the two board members who insist on safety. And it appears to be very overseen. And the safety issue appears to be this breakthrough that is so dangerous
boards that I sit on, we talk about the potential of leveraging AI to drive business, but always in the context of safety first, safety, compliance, and understanding that the desire to really understand the impact of what we're doing and how we have that appropriate.
I'll tell a story. This is a real story. It happened 3 years ago. An AI system detected a mismatch. There was one gentleman. He was arrested because the AI system is mismatched his driver's license to a crime document. So, if the AI system, the companies are to prioritize, let's say, profits for safety, you get a lot of money goes out of the government, those companies. But what happens if something like this happens? This is a real case that happened in Detroit 2 years ago. The bad press can very, very negatively impact the shareholder value of the company. So you need to be extremely careful in balancing the innovation of the commercial aspects versus the safety, the ethics, and the governance. You need to start with safety first, and if you do the things right, profits will follow. So that's the philosophy we should, all businesses should have.
Thank you. Now, here's the thing. AI is so new. When you talk about compliance, what are we compliant? We don't even have the law, so what are we compliant to? And since we're moving so fast, like what Sean was saying, we have no idea how the cost is going because it's going all directions. So how would you work in this nebulous framework? How do you try to navigate forward? I'd like Sean to talk a little bit about that first, and maybe the national aspect of things, and then of course every single one can contribute on this.
So I think if you are a company and you're looking at AI laws and you're trying to figure out the hockey puck analogy, you got to look at several buckets. You got to look at the federal bucket, you got to look at the states, and you got to look at what private actors will bring. So on the federal bucket, we're not going to have AI legislation specifically for the state again anytime soon, at least in this election year. But what we do have is a proposed AI Bill of Rights, and we do have a Biden executive order. And then we have a memo by the Office of Personnel Management directing all its agencies on that executive order. Now, on that first piece, the executive order, why is that such a big deal? Well, who is the largest employer in the United States? The federal government. And the key things that they are talking about, and it goes to what the other panel said, are they're saying the agency can get chief AI compliance officer. They're saying you need someone who will manage AI compliance within an organization. You need a compliance plan. You need to test your AI use case inventory, in other words, for the data that you're using. All these large language models, we need to know if they're good data, something that Pure Cipher and the doctor was talking about. Making sure you have good data to train your models so that the output is right. There is no standard government regulation on this. There is private parties that have standards. But the executive order says you need to continue to test your data and make sure it's clean. You need to train your people, your employees, federal agencies about AI security, and you need to have cyber security, right? This is what the federal government is telling the agencies to do, and that is going to be a blueprint for private parties, right? It's going to be the blueprint for how to interact with AI laws. Now, why is that important? Besides the federal government, you have state regulations. I was telling my colleagues about FIPA, Biometric Information Security Law in Illinois. It basically says that you cannot use someone else's biometric information without getting their consent. These companies are now being sued by plaintiffs' attorneys for using AI-generated or using employees' biometric information to train an AI model, right? So now you have the Illinois law and the Illinois law that says you can't do that. And you have plaintiffs' attorneys who are coming up and saying there's damages, you're violating the law. And so whatever products you institute in your company, not only need to look at what the federal agencies are doing, but what the state laws are also looking at. And then you have, the final point, you have the Consumer Protection Financial Bureau, who about 2 months ago said that data brokers, they want to see if they can start regulating data brokers more heavily. Again, there's no clear law on the books about this, but they're trying to put data brokers who are selling large language models into the regulations to regulate them. And then the final point I would say is that all these companies need to be worried about the plaintiff's bar. You have OpenAI, you have Google, who are being sued because class action saying you didn't get permission to use our data, and the data scrapping practices that you use are making faulty data. And so even if there's no federal regulation, there's not a state regulation, private parties will sue
ownership. Who is the AI are, and what support that we have. How do we ensure that the data has integrity? How do we ensure that the output that is driven from this doesn't have bias? All the things that we're talking about here. So it is a traditional risk framework that recognizes, though, that this is new technology and there will be some components of which we don't control. So I would say, again, transparency, accountability, a governance framework where you've got someone that's owning things so that when you go to market, it's been validated and tested.
So I remember when Microsoft came out with Bing, or the Sydney, the Ming one,
yeah.
The stock went up, right? And then Google stock went down because Google did not have the counterpart, right? And then Google came out with BART, and it didn't work. Its stock went down further. So you see that kind of real-time pressure on a company. So how did you, again, it's a balance. How do you walk the fine line of we don't have it, but we really need to test it properly? Kind of like what OpenAI's board member was saying. You're too fast. Slow down a little, right?
Yeah.
But you see that kind of stock market pressure that the stock tanked 10% in one day because something made a mistake. One of your product made a mistake. How does the board, because if you don't do it, you get sued. And if you do it, something happens, you get sued. So.
Yeah, no, Wendy, I think you're right. And it's, I think as a technology company today, as you just described with Google and Microsoft, and et cetera, and a lot of other companies, private, OpenAI and all of these, are very much challenged around kind of their enterprise and the enterprise value that's either created or destroyed by their action or inaction. And I'm glad I'm not on one of those boards because I understand that. I think on the other end of that, though, is you've got boards, again, that recognize, hey, there may be something coming that will impact our product, but you really look back toward the leadership of those boards to really stay within the constructs of those governance and risk management frameworks, and recognize, as you said, it can be sued on either end for being too late or being too far out front. So I think I think for predominance of the companies, if they follow the model of how does this fit within our strategy, as opposed to, oh, there's this new technology out, let's go play with it, connect it to the strategy, run it through the traditional governance process. As I said, I think the big technology companies have a different challenge, and I think it's going to, I found it absolutely amusing that Altman was fired, immediately hired by Microsoft, because they felt that that they can continue to drive that. So I think this is a huge challenge.
Add on to that. This is also the same thing that we're seeing with companies links up with geopolitical race dynamics, and it's basically the same thing: economics and geopolitics. So we see this race, this potentially out of control race, and everyone talks about China, but Russia, India, huge populations there that are, sophisticated with technology, and this is the kind of thing that could, really escalate beyond individual company control. That's why we really need governments. That's why we created them, to get involved. And it has to be an adaptive type of governance structure, since technology moves so quickly. But there needs to be something. We can't just make it voluntary.
I actually will have some more questions to ask about that, but I wanted to ask Reddy, could you talk a little bit about, because you are now in venture space, right? What kind of company are you looking at? How does AI safety factor into your investment consideration?
The traditional model of investing, you look for the value, you look at the team, the management team, and the market size. None of those change. But when it comes to AI, you're looking at not only the commercial value of the product and the value it creates with the infrastructure in the marketplace, but you're also looking at the long-term viability of the company 3-5 years from now, and safety, the accountability, transparency, these are very, very critical, because healthcare, all these regulated industries, healthcare, banking, if you're supplying your AI technology, then how do you make sure that you are compliant to the regulations, you're compliant to the safety and ethics? How are you making sure that? So it's part of the due diligence we do for every AI company. Absolutely. So that's very, very important.
I can totally relate to that. I've been bombarded by people saying, do you need compliance help? Yes, we do. So Kyle, you mentioned about race to get to the next and best AI without even thinking. And I just want to go back to this Mission Impossible story, which is, of course, it's a story, but it can kind of show you where things are going, right? The AI was actually created by the US government that got leaked, and then somehow went rogue because it really started learning a lot on its own, right? So that's a possibility, but it's a story. But right now, we do know that different governments are really spending time creating the next and best AI, because if you don't, the other will outpace you. And so safety is really not a concern right now. So how do we address that?
It's a real problem. I mean, I get in arguments with people all the time that there's no race dynamics right now. It's not a real race dynamic. It's just a corporate race. But no, every country on the world now sees this as a strategic priority. Whether they have the money, whether they're in the game completely, any company that has any technical sophistication, it considers this a priority, and they're throwing money into that. And it's especially, Europe, the United States, China, India, the big players. That's why we need international engagement. We can't have this just be a local deal. I mean, I've heard, I think it was Henry Kissinger came out a couple weeks ago on an international panel for climate change kind of arrangement for AI. Maybe even a scientific moratorium for developers to really come together and say we need to put a hard limit on, since these systems, at least this particular iteration of systems, are driven largely by compute. So maybe there can be a moratorium on just an absurdly high level of compute that won't affect startups. It's only going to affect just these ungodly large compute clusters. There's a lot of ideas out there, but I think international governance needs to be a huge focus, bringing everybody together, because the race is going to happen. We'll see how far or how badly it gets, because there's ways to bring epistemic communities together, groups together, to have people actually work closer. But I mean, we can see we did this with autonomous weapons over the last couple of years in the UN, and the big signatories did not sign on to it because they're afraid of their competitor. So it's going to be a challenge.
Right, and also you can't see the race. It's all hidden behind.
Yeah.
Right? So the race is on. We just don't know. In fact, a lot of people think there's artificial general intelligence out there. And it really depends on your definition, right?
And that's a big problem too.
Exactly. And so this is where Sean's input will be very interesting, because if you look at United States and the Western ally, you have a regulatory, a legal framework regulating this. But when you have countries that don't have this kind of regulation, they can do whatever they want, they can test on whatever they want. How is that going to hurt or help? How does the future look like?
So, for instance, the European Union has been trying to pass the EU AI Act, and if you've been following the news in the last couple of weeks, it's being watered down because they're worried about the race, right? They're not worried about the governmental race, they're worried about the private sector race, where they're saying the regulations as written, especially on data privacy, will impact the ability of European firms to grow large language models. And they don't want the regulation on the generative AI on that side. So that you're already seeing the watering down on it. But I would take a more optimistic view of that, because we have laws and regulations and governance structures with companies. That's what makes our company so profitable, and it provides a framework for shareholders and investors to know about stability. But that being said, one of the things that all companies are going to have to start looking out for is, especially on the cybersecurity front, is, I have a colleague of mine that says cybersecurity is dead. That you now have AI tools that can breach. You talk about hacks. There is no cybersecurity. Now, why is cybersecurity important? Every company, if you're in the healthcare space, you have to comply with HIPAA, right? Medical information needs to be protected. If it's breached, HIPAA requires you to send notification and also to protect the data. The SEC recently sued the chief information security officer of a solar company, who basically publicly acknowledged, or he made public statements that our cybersecurity, there are no threats. Our cybersecurity is fine. And he basically made material misrepresentations implicating the securities laws and ignored red flags. For companies, when we have non-state actors or state actors who want our data, the question that I think a lot of companies are going to face is, how do we comply with HIPAA, all these data privacy and cybersecurity rules, protect ourselves from being sued by plaintiffs' attorneys that says you breached a duty of care, when you have these AI systems that are so powerful to just destroy data protection? And so I think that's going to be the real issue. Is we'll have the regulatory framework, the laws here, the ecosystem will be fine, but what does it do to companies that are trying to combat these non-state actors who we may not have the tools to combat? And that's why it talks about creating a cybersecurity tool based on the immune system, or tools that companies can use to protect their data, to ring fence their data, is going to be so vital and important.
Real. I mean, on the idea, the more positive side, getting ahead of this with an artificial immune system concept, making these systems more robust, adaptive, perhaps, like human biological cells work in complex systems, something that's really important, because AI has the offensive capability. I mean, we're always behind on defense with cyber. That's always been the case. And just like we have self-replicating computer viruses in the cyber threat realm, do you think there's not going to be self-replicating AI-enabled exploits out there? I mean, there's significant threats, and we're going to be behind on the defense. So companies and governments need to be thinking about this right now.
Ken, ready? Would you like to add comment? Yes.
I really applaud my colleagues for striking a little more positive frame, because again, I am somewhat optimistic, cautiously optimistic as well, that as you talk about things like the AI immune system on all of those, that that the regulatory and governance frameworks do provide a level of safety to slow us down a bit, because I do think there is huge risk that the technology will change much faster than our ability to develop the laws and regulations. But I think that those frameworks, and as you think again about your point, Kyle, of is there an opportunity here to get out in front versus cyber we were chasing for many years? I think there's a chance to do that, and I do believe for the vast majority of corporate entities, I think they have good governance frameworks in place and good systems, and are led by people with integrity. I can't speak for all, but I think that's what gives me some confidence.
To Ken's earlier point, he was talking about AI strategy. looking from the business perspective, every company ought to have an AI strategy that needs to speak to the data integrity, the bias, the ethics side, and the infrastructure, other things need to be part of that strategy. As companies are building teams, this is very different. It's not like an IT department. The AI teams need to be very comprehensive. It need to have technologists, it need to have the data engineers, it need to have project managers, AI ethicists, and people with governance background, and it needs to be part of that. And there are frameworks, existing frameworks. IBM, for example, has a governance framework, and Kirk sent the NIST framework they just published. By the way, I was very encouraged when I read it. It was very comprehensive. It's, I think a lot of the companies can use that as a starting point and make that as part of their AI strategy, the different vectors that need to be part of AI strategy. So companies, most of the companies, I still believe that they will come with the right balancing act between AI innovation and the accountability that comes with the data, the governance, ethics, and all those aspects.
I think we are at the time where technology needs to be at the table with the company executive. IT has always been viewed as a cost center. It needs to be a business enabler. It needs to be at the table, not if currently, if there's a cybersecurity incident, who gets fired? CISO. It needs to go all the way. The accountability needs to rest with the CEO, and the AI needs to be at the table because it's that important.
Actually, with AI becoming such a prominent force, it is becoming a very critical aspect. It's not treated the way IT traditionally was, as a cost center. It is going to be the CEOs and boards can know this better than anyone. Everyone is asking, how do we bring AI? How do we incorporate AI? How is it going to affect our business models? What impact it is going to have on our people? So that those conversations are happening. Ken, you want to?
Yeah, it just prompted a thought that I wanted to build on. Wendy, did I think, 2 points to make my major one. One is, AI has been around for a long time, and I think oftentimes we don't talk about, kind of the AI capability that's been used for years and years, number one. Number two is, I think we're kind of lucky in the sense, to your point around getting technologists at the table, is over the last 7 to 8 years, in particular over the last, call it 3 to 4 years, companies who've sought to leverage digital technology has brought their technologists into the boardroom. And I think they're extending into the AI, generative AI, the broader AI component. So I'm very happy to see, and I won't tell you which one of the companies, all of the companies that I serve, with the exception of one, has a very strong presence of AI technologists, digital focus at the table. And I think you see that across a number of different companies. So to your point, I think we're getting there.
Finally, I would recommend for any young people listening, if you have technical background, you want to get a business degree, AI strategist will be a very hot field. I want to close it out so we can have open Q&A. I would ask each one of you to give us your takeaway, one key takeaway that people should remember if they don't remember anything we said.
My key takeaway, Wendy, is the criticality of balancing AI innovation with accountability. It is very, very important for every company. When you do that, you not only grow the business, you bring operational excellence, customer experience, and you grow the company very ethically, and the stakeholders, the shareholders, when you do the balancing act, the stakeholders, the company, the shareholders will all benefit. So there is a win-win in this.
Well, my one takeaway is a little bit of how I think about technology, and I think about change, and that is, don't be afraid of change, but embrace it. And it's a little bit of why I think framing the AI evolution is all about risk as opposed to about huge opportunity and the ability to grow our business, create shareholder value, I think is incredibly important. And I know this is something, again, that a number of companies have around how do you approach AI? Well, we're going to keep hands off, stay away, as opposed to no. We're going to embrace it, and we're going to understand how its impact on our business and how can we leverage to enhance our business. So my thought is, again, framing this in the positive, and how do we leverage it with the right controls around it, as opposed to how do we all we talk about are the risks of it.
My takeaway would be just that we really are in a transformative moment, and really getting things right now with the way we move forward with regulation, how we deal with it in government is vital. And I'm a big fan of the Santa Fe Institute, and I was listening to David Krakauer, the president, give a talk, and David was talking about how we need a complex adaptive constitution. He was referring to the United States, or complex adaptive legislation writ large, in that, when societal changes happen, technology changes, these regulations and documents can flexibly adapt to the changing times. I think going forward with any regulatory body, even risk management framework, guidelines, what have you, we need to have adaptive measures in there so we can quickly adapt to those changes, because right now we're obsessed with large language models, particular levels of compute. Tomorrow we could have reinforcement learning agents with evolutionary algorithms that require less compute and give more capabilities. I mean, things could change radically, and we don't know what way that's going. So really focusing on having that adaptive mechanism in most of the things we design around AI at that intersection of society and technology is very important.
Just piggybacking off of the diving into AI, I think a lot of companies, instead of using it as a risk, if they want to dive into this, especially from the legal and regulatory framework, need to remind themselves what old is new, right? We don't throw out the whole regulatory and legal book because we have this new technology. Is it different? Yes. But are there silos? Are there regulations? Are there roadmaps that we can follow to understand how we can best manage that risk? Absolutely. And so I think that would be my biggest takeaway for any company is, let's go back to the basics on some of the laws that we already have. We can then decide what the regulations are going to look like moving forward. And I think the second point is, though, in the near term, it is going to be the integrity of the data, training these large language models. That's where, if you're any company jumping into this, needs to understand, how do I make sure my data is clean and the bias and weights and the models that I'm using don't have bias, are clean, and I don't get in trouble with current regs and laws.
So we're ready for Q&A questions. Any questions from the audience?
So, Sean, I guess this is kind of geared at you first, and kind of disperse this a little bit. You talked about siloed and responsibility of AI. Certainly there's risk with cybersecurity, and I'm well aware of the new SEC ruling that cyber has to go up to the board. There has to be some disclosure, some knowledge there for, if there's a breach, what have. My question is, when it comes to AI, how do you see that playing out on a board level? Will it be siloed, there'll be different responsibilities to different entities, or do you see an owner of AI in general for a corporation or an entity itself?
I think you go back to the basics of, especially with the SEC, it is, I think you have to have a team that focuses on that, but you go back to the basics of what the securities laws require. You must make material disclosures, right? And those material disclosures cannot be false or misleading, especially misleading. And I think the way to ensure that your material disclosures on cybersecurity are not false or misleading is you need a team in place of different parties that understand the entire framework, right? You have an AI ethicist, you have an AI compliance officer, so that the board and the higher ups can make an informed decision. I think that's where the change needs to go, right? Because it all goes back to what disclosures are we making. In order to make that disclosure, are we being fully informed? And I think you have to incorporate the team approach to that to make sure it is accurate. Hope that answered your question.
Add to that. I think fully agree with what Sean has said, but I also endorse the idea is there's no one size fit all. I think it is a framework of one, how do you provide integrity? How do you have responsibility? And how do you have full disclosure of that? And that may mean that you have a team that does it. It may mean that it's disaggregated, but it needs to have the point of accountability and the ability to be connected to what's going on, and three, the ability to disclosure.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, Alex Turek here. Great conference. Thank you for inviting me. My question, I think there's a lot of debate that's happening. Like, is AI kind of the best thing that ever happened to humanity with all the promises and amazing things that are about to happen, or is it like really game over for humanity in some shape or form, whatever that is? So, from your perspective, from each one of your perspective vantage points, wherever you're law, government, whatever, give me your best case scenario and your worst case scenario.
So, since Sean brought up the deep mind, I'm going back to my Intel experience when we went from 2D transistors to 3D transistors. That transition required Herculean effort from material science. The best minds in material science at Intel, hundreds and hundreds of these PhDs working on it for a number of years. That was a huge breakthrough. We called it FinFET technology at that time. And now, DeepMind, they were able to synthesize over 2 million, and then of those, 700 are being synthesized in the lab in UC Berkeley. So the time that would have taken a decade or 2 decades ago is dramatically reduced. So the impact, it's very, very positive impact, how it can enable. And the second example I'll give you is AI. When I was managing operations for Autodesk, we had a team that was focused on supporting the customers, and the complexity for them, for anyone to come up to speed, used to take 6 months to a year to become really proficient. Now, AI is enabling people to come a lot faster, meaning 50% faster to become proficient. I can give more and more examples like that. So I am a firm believer that AI is going to positively impact and augment human intelligence. That's that's going to be impacting businesses, people, customers, everyone in a very positive way. Of course, there are the negative side, as I gave the example of this Detroit, the unfortunate incident when it was mismatched, or the deep fake photograph that just was published on Facebook just a few months ago in May, and then S&P went down 50 points in a matter of a few minutes. So there are downsides to that, but I'm a very positive believer of the potential impact of AI.
I want to add my input, and that will be very quick. I'm working with SingularityNet. Their focus is building ethical artificial general intelligence. If we have that, I am very positive about humanity. It's all about getting a super AI that is on our side versus not on our side. That would be the most important thing in terms of our future.
Yeah, I would just, I'll be quick and just simply say that I share the view of the ability to drive productivity, to increase the value add input of the work that we do as one of the significant positives, and I think it's with augmentation, not replacement. So that's my best case scenario. My worst case scenario has two sides to it. One is that we overregulate and we stem innovation and the ability to drive it. And the other side of that is we underregulate it and we create chaos, and we have a lot of the things that we all fear that may happen, play out. So it's my view.
I have no shortage of worst case, but I'll keep them tightened up. Best case, very similar to what Wendy's saying. I mean, if we're able to keep AI systems more at a tool level, decentralized, where comprehensive AI systems, I believe Eric Drexler called it, where it's actually bound systems that will make our lives, immeasurably better. Get us to be able to pursue pursuits that we want happily. Worst case, the most likely, I mean, I look at so-so futures now and again, like more the middle road as opposed to the worst case, but is that we just increasingly embed and web these systems through our critical infrastructure, through our communication technologies, across national borders, tech companies, and we've had this before. If you think back to the British East Indies companies, tech companies become super powerful, to the point where they're more powerful than national governments, and I'm not talking robot apocalypse kind of situation, but just that our lives become entangled with these optimization processes, so we become enfeebled, and we don't even see it happening. And that is one I'd see as a very likely potential future.
Be brief. Best case scenario is AI helps us, especially in the legal regulatory field, to be more efficient, to get to outcomes and bottom lines, investigations, more productive litigation, compliance, risk management. Worst case scenario, there's the end of truth and true facts, and then the governance structure. How do you have a governance structure when you can't even tell what truth is anymore, and then the whole thing collapses?
Thank you. From a layman's perspective, we look at AI and anything problematic or anything good coming out of a process where experts are creating code, algorithms, black box from our perspective, utilization of it. Are we at risk from the standpoint of a layman employing AI and asking a provocative question that ultimately puts the artificial intelligence into a mode of learning, evolution, self-awareness?
will and willful behavior? Does it only come from the technical side, or are we at risk from any layman opening Pandora's box?
I will quickly agree with you on that one, and that's something I've written quite a bit about and very interested with a lot of the folks here at the Center of the Future Mind. I think we're definitely at risk, and there's a lot of research in engineering that, I mean, those algorithms exist, self-adapting, self-organizing. I mean, going back to, I think, John Neumann, Will mentioned John Neumann's systems back in the early days, that self-replicating, self-adaptive systems with the, so we have these systems, and really, we're doing an engineered selection, kind of speeding up evolution, how we actually self-select and make this process much, much faster. But the systems learn and they select on their own. And I mean, we are at risk at this becoming an artificial ecology that develops on its own whims, especially if we, with just a few more capability jumps and networking systems throughout the entire world, throughout critical infrastructure, through everything that we're doing, we're basically there. And we did this with the internet. The internet is self-adaptive and impossible to keep up with. We put some cognitive agency into those components of the internet. We absolutely have the possibility of that developing independently, in my perspective. Exactly.
Hi, this is a question mainly for Sean. Do you see any applicability of Communications Act Section 230 here? I would argue that that was one of the reasons that protect or that allow big tech companies to grow so big. Would companies use that in the future to shield themselves against any illegal use of AI, especially for those companies running foundation models?
They will, and I think that's the big debate there. Well, whether Section 230 could apply, I'm not convinced it could. Because it is for content that is released. There is the other stream of thought is that no, what they are creating is a product outside the realm of Section 230. But there is that debate, and it's unclear.
I'm specifically asking that when they are, say, fake news, fake images, cyber attacks generated using their foundation models. So will the tech companies be able to shield themselves in saying that, well, that's protected by Section 230 because it's not being, it's part of the, it's part of that, the spirit of that.
Yeah, they will. They will. And they have.
Sean, I wanted to ask one question. Currently, what is the legal spend annually on defending AI claims?
Changing every minute.
I will open it up to my other panelists if they know that question. I don't know.
I don't think an answer exists on that one, but recently I was talking to an entrepreneur with a lot of connections in the legal arena, and he said there's a lot of interest in getting AI-related software developed. That means there's potential, but we don't know the number. Not a straight answer.
At the moment, we really don't know. We are at the infancy of this explosion. Ask us in 6 months. 6 months, mark my word. Thank you very much. And the panel will be here. Welcome to come and ask us questions.
hold on. On my end, I have audio. Look, hold on. In my speaker, which is only sometimes, oh, that's my headphones.
I don't know what happened, but it just came back.
Nothing changed.
You're too loud now.
Nothing changed. 1 second. I'm gonna cut. Hello, 1, 2, 3. You should have audio coming from me.
I have way too much audio coming from you.
I'm sorry, but this mic.
No, leave it alone.
Hello. Okay, the audio seems to be working. I have audio on the monitor.
Test, test, test. Can you hear me? You can? Okay, and I can hear me. So this is suitable for use as a handheld. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm a little overdriven on the output here. 1, 2, there we go. I'm no longer overdriven. Now you can go up. No longer driven on the output. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Unity gain, Matt. Unity gain. 1, 2. Now I can hear the hiss again because when I bring these guys up, they hiss. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now it's not hot enough. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now it is. 1, 2, 1, 2. We're gonna have a little hiss, Misha. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. Can I hear me? Not really. Is this me?
That's you. This is your mic. That's you.
1, 2, 1, 2. Too hot, too hot. There we go. Right there, a little bit of red on the output.
Okay. These guys, let me get this one right now. Oh. Sorry, can I use 2? Hold on. Why is this not?
you hear me?
Oh, we're out of coffee. Fuck.
It's time to sit down for the next portion of our program. Please sit down, take your seats. Come on. Let's take our seats so we can start the next program. Okay. Thank you for being with us again. Our next speakers are Dr. Susan Schneider and Dr. Mark Bailey. Susan is a William D. Dietrich Distinguished Professor at this university. She's also a former NASA chair and a distinguished scholar at the Library of Congress. And Dr. Mark Bailey writes about the intersection between artificial intelligence, complexity, and national security. He is a faculty at the National Intelligence University. Let's give them a round of applause.
Testing.
Sometimes it doesn't work, so it's better than one of you.
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
take.
Can people hear me all right? I think it's okay, right? Okay, so do you want me to? I think. I'll just. Okay. So I just need a clicker if anybody has one.
I think the mouse.
Is that if you just hit the space bar?
Or space bar. Yeah.
Okay, space bar. Okay, so good morning, everyone. And thank you to the organizers for putting this together. So we only have 20 minutes to talk about a huge topic, so I'm going to go really fast. So we are speaking about truth, and as a philosopher, that makes me happy. But what didn't make me happy was the other day. So this happened, I guess, about 6 months ago. Elon Musk, who I like following him. I like his cars, I admit it. But he went on Fox News and he said that he was going to design a large language model, a chatbot, because he was mad at Microsoft because their bot was so political that it was somehow censoring information. And so he was going to create his own. And then Tucker Carlson, who had him on the show, said, well, Elon, we are going to make your truth bot the official chatbot of the Republican Party. And all of a sudden I said to myself, and by the way, this is nothing really right versus left. I go on Fox, I go on Goertzel's show because he's an AI person. So I'm bipartisan. It's just that I don't like the idea of politicizing chatbots. It freaked me out. So then he bought, I think it was the very next day, about 10,000 GPUs, and he did it. So this is now available. And there's, as with everything with Elon, there's so many nuances to what he does. There's what he does officially, but then there's his real rationale. But in any case, he says that it's modeled after The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, so it's intended to answer almost anything, and Farhad even suggests questions to ask. So his whole rationale was that he doesn't want a chatbot that has guardrails. Now, you could ask some really interesting AI questions about why. I think it's more than just political. It may be that the guardrails could make the system dumber. You can get more data without guardrails, perhaps. But in any case, he says that his AI system is perceived to be the voice of reason, and it will be the arbiter of truth. Well, that got me worked up because I'm a philosopher and I used to teach epistemology, which is the study of the nature of knowledge. And in fact, I know there are some epistemologists in the audience. So, you know, as people who teach epistemology will tell you, there's a whole field that studies the question, what is true? And at minimum, knowledge is taken as being justified true belief. So it doesn't, ask yourself, what does it mean to know something, okay? It's not just that the fact that you know is true, right? You really need more than just a true belief. You really actually need to have justification. Otherwise, you've just lucked in to that truth by accident. So theories in epistemology look at what it is to have justification, what is called epistemic justification for something. So this goes back to Plato, where he framed knowledge as justified true belief, and justifying knowledge requires tracing facts from other verifiable sources, like citing sources in academic writing, you know, credible sources, for example. And of course, you know, there's also a debate about whether justification is sufficient, like once you have justified true belief for knowledge, but I won't get into that. But without a chain of verification, justification is actually impossible, right? And the belief then is just nothing more than opinion. So it struck me as somewhat ironic that anybody who is talking about creating an LLM is actually talking about the content of the LLM delivering truths, when in fact, as all of you know, these LLMs are very opaque in their operations, and we need to actually ask ourselves how much confidence can we actually have in these entities from the standpoint of epistemic justification. So I assume that a lot of you have heard of the black box issue in AI. Can those who have heard about it raise their hand? Yeah, so these systems are notorious black boxes, right? I mean, this goes all the way back to AlphaGo, when, you know, there were moves in some of those matches where even the people who generated the AlphaGo program didn't understand why the system did what it did. They could go back and kind of have conversations and forensically try to figure it out, but AI interpretability and explainability have been massive issues. And we know that the contents of what is actually deliverable in terms of the AI's processing depends upon the quality of the system produced, and that there's a lot of subtleties. I don't know why my mic started to echo. Okay, so this is a famous issue by now, right? If systems have garbage in, then they have garbage out. That's the whole point of the worry about algorithmic bias. And this is something, we just spoke to congressional legislators a few weeks ago at the Library of Congress, and that has in fact been a very important issue for many members of the House and Senate. Okay, so this actually was from Misha, who was kind enough to produce these lovely slide images. So Misha did a search, or a query. He asked GPT to make a political cartoon depicting evil dictators, terrorists, and greedy business people, blah, blah, blah. And the GPT refused, right? And I think the question here is, what is good to answer from an epistemic standpoint, and what is good to not answer, and how do you draw the line, and isn't any line drawing political? And maybe that's one reason why Musk doesn't want to put guardrails up. But the fact of drawing lines is actually itself an epistemic decision, and it can actually lead people to not get the information that they need if you draw the line too early, right? Okay, so I think I'm going to let Mark jump in. I think this is the slide where it's your turn. This beautiful slide. Thanks again, Misha.
Yeah. So, like Susan said, there are points where you have epistemic breakdown that occur, within this chain of justification. And, she mentioned the black box of AI. It's particularly a problem with LLMs where you can't necessarily understand how they come to the conclusion that they do, because they don't rationalize in the same way that humans do. So this epistemic breakdown is this punctuation in this chain of justification, and it can potentially lead to an epistemic catastrophe and the dissolution of notions of truth. We even saw this before chatbots. So with social media, with how they sort of propagated a lot of disinformation or misinformation and created these echo chambers of unjustified belief. And of course, knowledge discernment, so the ability to understand what's true and what's not. It requires a lot of cognitive effort, and that's, if you're looking on social media, for instance, you look at different posts and you have to try and understand, is this true, is this not true, and you try and find some way to track that chain of justification, to understand whether or not what you're looking at is actually factual. And a lot of times we don't really have the time to do this. So, the average person isn't necessarily going to look at everything that they may read on social media or everything that's produced by some large language model chatbot. And be able to discern whether or not, go through this process of discernment to understand whether or not what they're looking at is true. And this leads to an over-reliance on confirmation bias, or sort of a natural heuristic that leads to unjustified or false belief. And the algorithms that we saw with social media promote this sort of extremism. The reason for that is, things that generate a lot of likes tend to have a strong emotional charge to them. And so that sort of drives the conversation into these echo chambers where, you sort of lack this understanding of what's this agreed upon set of facts. And then, of course, this tendency for epistemic breakdown is only going to be catalyzed by large language models, not only because they're going to make it a lot easier to produce dis and misinformation that can then disseminate social media, but also because they intrinsically are difficult to understand. So at least a human can rationalize why they may believe something, and you can follow that chain of rationalization and make some judgment as to whether or not what they're telling you is true. But you can't do that with a large language model. You can't necessarily look under the hood and understand exactly, how the potentially billions of parameters are creating, some conclusion from some input. So again, we want to ensure that we don't get to a point where we're, sort of elevating these types of models as this, oracle of truth, simply because they lack, this capacity of having a complete chain of epistemic justification. So the AI black box, again, this is sort of encapsulated in what we call the explainability problem. And the explainability problem occurs because the reasoning, and I use that term very loosely, of many AI systems is inherently inscrutable to how humans think about problems. Again, another example that often comes up with this is the idea of a self-driving car. And if a self-driving car makes some decision, it's very difficult to assign culpability if it does something that would be potentially illegal. So is it the human driver that's culpable? Is it the company that invented the car? That sort of thing. While if a human's driving a car and they do something like that, they can potentially go to court, and then culpability can be determined, and the human can reason as to why they made the decision that they did. But the car doesn't do that. Again, you have this set of billions of parameters that are inscrutable inherently to humans, and therefore, the reasoning that they use to make some decision is unavailable to us. So if we get to a point where we determine that a human interpretable rationale doesn't exist for any AI decision, then this epistemic chain of justification is further broken down. So of course, explainability problem leads to the whole notion of alignment. And alignment is the idea that you can take AI, or you should be able to take AI systems and ensure that they align with human values. They think like a human, use that term loosely again too, but they do things that a human would expect them to do. So they comport with human expectations. And if you can't understand how they make the decisions, it becomes very, very difficult to align human or AI decision making with human expectations. So even further sort of down the line, this epistemic crisis can lead to, it can have fundamental problems when it comes to democracy as well. So knowledge determination is a critical function of a healthy democracy. We have to be able to process information and have an agreed upon set of facts that we use to debate policy. And we may come to a point where large language models are going to be writing the news and be our personal epistemic assistants, but yet you have these punctuations in this epistemic chain of justification. Democracy also requires an intellectually engaged population, and more critically, like I said, this agreed upon set of facts upon which we debate policy. And then the truth of any fact then requires epistemic justification, which then disintegrates when the chain of reasoning is broken. So as this ability to justify knowledge is broken, humans will naturally fall back on bias and heuristics to justify facts, leading to different sets of facts and a breakdown of productive debate, which we already see on social media, but it's just going to be exacerbated as LLMs are injected into this equation. And then, of course, this leads to more global issues, such as issues related to global security and the overall erosion of truth. So the erosion of democracy generally will create opportunities for totalitarian tendencies to take root. So if you don't have a vigorous debate on facts, an agreed upon set of facts, then the capacity of individuals to ascertain truth and productively debate policies grounded in that truth will ultimately degrade, and then humans will relinquish their capacity for reasoning about policy to charismatic leaders whose rhetoric aligns with the bias of the population. Because if you can't think about something and debate something, typically you're just going to go with your gut about something or leave the reasoning to somebody else. And that opens up opportunities for totalitarian influence. And then even more disconcerting, humans may be inclined to rely too heavily on AI for the justification of knowledge. And then the AI's motives themselves may be alien or inscrutable to us simply because you're effectively dealing with a mind that is alien. It doesn't think or reason in the same way that humans do about different problems. So the degradation of healthy democracies will then create opportunities for the emergence of a new global hegemony, potentially built on this authoritarian worldview as this vigorous debate ultimately breaks down. And this is, of course, a worst-case scenario, but it seems plausible, given what we already see with things like social media. Oops. So do you want to chat about this one?
Oh, sure. So what can be done, right? I mean, we deal with questions of regulation all the time. Many people in this room, in fact, will be working on it. And I think one easy piece of low-hanging fruit, if you will, is to encourage public awareness of the issue and to have public dialogue so that ordinary people and especially educators and our young understand that LLMs are actually epistemically black boxes and to actually understand principles involving epistemology, which again is the study of the nature of knowledge. And I think it's also important for our young and old to understand that we are in a situation where the tech companies, it's their economic model in the context of social media to actually surveil people, right? And so when a young person or even an old person like myself is utilizing some of these platforms, the information that they're feeding in is actually going somewhere. And I do think, for what it's worth, that it's very important that people understand something about the brain manipulation that can happen by social media companies. Like, we have a history here. I don't know how many of you saw the wonderful documentary, The Social Dilemma, for example, that talked about how at Facebook they were actually utilizing principles in social psychology to manipulate the brain. In fact, we have people here at FAU, we have a little group working on this issue. Guardrails, I think, are things that we need to discuss, whether it be through Congress or elsewhere, because we do have to worry about the dumbing down of American culture if people from an educational standpoint start defaulting to GPT to write their papers and think for them. That is something that I think, no matter what side of the political spectrum you are on, should be low-hanging fruit. And I actually think that banning algorithms designed to amplify discontent and foster addiction, as well as bot-generated news, I think we should just ban it, right? Earlier at the Center for the Future Mind, we had a session on counterfeit humans with the philosopher Daniel Dennett. So, I think now it's wonderful to see more discussion going on about watermarking AI content. Okay, well, I think, is that the last slide?
I think so, yeah.
So now, questions? Anyone? Yes?
Sir.
Oh, and then we have to thank our team.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to say thank you, and I don't know if this is a complete list, actually, but Stephen Gupta here has been working on this project with Garrett Mint, and we have Stephen Hoover, who's been working on AI safety, as Saul Nuri in the back had worked on this, and we're very grateful. Chad Forbes working on the brain mechanisms of social media. Kyle Killian, see, I knew I forgot people, has been working with us on this, and of course, Will and Elon. Okay.
All right. All right, are we on? Hello. All right. I want to go back to the point you just ended with, and you said, what happens if ChatGPT becomes the lazy way out for content? Do we lose critical thinking skills, that kind of thing? I remember when I was growing up, that was the same thing said about slide rulers. And then slide rulers for mathematics. Oh, yeah. Something called slide rulers, which only a few people in here probably even know what that is. And then, of course, later on, the same thing was said about calculators. And so will 50 years from now, people look back and say, gee, they were so scared about us using generative AI instead of developing our own ability to write for ourselves. What do you say about that pushback? Do you think that's likely?
You know, a quick item is that obviously with calculators and slide rulers, we can understand that their reasoning process is reliable, right?
Yeah, I would add to that too. There are minimal degrees of freedom with a calculator. So you can put numbers in, you can get an expected output, but it's not going to come up with something that's sort of out of the box. So a large language model, it's a much more, there are multiple degrees of freedom in terms of what the set of inputs can possibly be, and that leads to a lot more uncertainty in terms of the overall set of outputs. So you may have a set of expected outputs, but beyond that, in the tails of that distribution, you're going to have these unexpected outputs because, again, you're dealing with this effectively an alien mind.
I think Stephen had his hand up first, though, didn't you, Stephen? No? Okay. Oh.
There's a lot I don't know about how my Google Maps works when I pull up something. So what's the difference between something like that and using an LLM? So how much do I need to know about a system before I can trust it, or what specific things do I need to know? A lot of us are novice users of technology. We don't quite know exactly how all of it works. What do we need to know about LLMs before we can use them safely?
Ooh, such a good question.
That is a good question. I mean, there's no discrete point, I think, where that transition occurs. That's a hard question.
It is a hard question. I think one suggestion with this book chapter I was writing, which, you know, our group hasn't even had a chance to really sit down all in the same room, right, and talk about this. But I do think distinguishing different kinds of justification in the field of epistemology will be exciting. So it turns out that there's, you know, a justification that has to do with reliable belief-forming mechanisms, right? In that case, the path to justification can be through the use of experts that verify that, like, Google Maps is actually reliable, for example, versus LLMs, which, you know, they have a whole class of problems, right? They hallucinate, they're erratic. I mean, there's just a long list there. And then there's other forms of justification, as you know, because you are, in fact, an epistemologist and helped write our grant application on this, you know, involving what's called epistemic internalism, right? Where for a belief to be justified, you actually have to be able to report the contents of your reasoning. And in that case, it's really hard because then you have to have LLMs which are not just sort of forensically, you know, where you can reconstruct what they did, as in the Go case, but LLMs that allow ordinary lay people to report their reasoning process, which is, as far as I can tell, absolutely impossible, right? Because, you know, LLMs are crowdsourced brains, essentially. They are crowdsourced neocortices, if you will.
So you had mentioned about a calculator, and a calculator being very deterministic, and then LLMs being very not deterministic. But humans are pretty non-deterministic too, and can even be kind of like even corrupted. I guess, like, you had mentioned banning news-generated or AI-generated news reports. Like, what level would AI have to be at from ground truth to be like, to kind of take? I mean, I don't think we should ban AI-generated news, but like for you guys, what would be the level that the AI would need to get to you guys think it would be ethical?
Well, I might push back a little bit in that humans are aligned with each other. So like human behavior is naturally, we can sort of anticipate how other humans might behave in certain things to a much greater extent than we can when dealing with, an intelligence that is inherently, not like humans. So it's, I don't know if you want to add to that a little bit.
And humans aren't aligned, but we have, hundreds and thousands of years of social conventions, and these LLMs are being rolled out over the course of months, right? That's one problem. And the other thing that worries me is the sort of constant use of a few chatbots that actually have, as you know, methods of articulating things that are political in nature. I mean, decisions about what guardrails to put up, decisions about what to say. I mean, God, the other day, I was talking to GPT-4, and it said it wanted to join my center and, all kinds of stuff. Like, where is this coming from, right? What programmers are up to something over there with some guardrails on the system? It's just bizarre. So, I mean, the last thing we want is an opaque group of chatbots generating all the truths our kids are getting because they're using these systems in school, generating our news. I mean, who really has the power? So.
New York Times has the power now, so. I'm not saying we give it to GPT, but.
And we know that when we're using the media sources, there are certain ones that have a bent, right? It could get even worse.
For us to actually be able to deconstruct how that reasoning goes. Almost maybe impossible. So there really is that element of requiring trust, and God knows how we're going to get there and what happens along the way.
Yeah, if you ask GPT-4 to explain its reasoning, you can be quite confident that it is unable to do so because it is essentially a crowdsourced brain. So it's gathered information, and its reconstruction is actually not connected to the method it used for information gathering. We know that.
It's just like humans, like you said, but we have that social context, derived through evolution. I mean, it drives majority of our objective functions, but we don't have that with LLMs, so it's a big surprise.
Garrett.
Responsibility, right? So if I have a byline and I make a claim, I should have some kind of justification for that, right? Maybe some kind of evidence, maybe a good argument to that effect. And I hold responsibility for the words said, right? But I think similar to maybe why certain companies might evade criticism for things like maybe criminal recidivism algorithms like Compass, et cetera, right? Is because, well, who's actually held responsible, right? Do we, I don't know, jot down the rather simple algorithm on a piece of paper and say, don't do that bad thing again, right? Well, we clearly don't hold a lot of the corporations responsible, right? Because proportionate to their profits, the impacts on fines is very little, right? So I think maybe there might be kind of concern with the proliferation of what's considered like true statements made by chatbots, right? Whatever that might mean in the context. So it seems like actually like a notion of responsibility is what's important there, right? Like I would hold a journalist maybe responsible for the words they say. But say, I mean, a good example, right? ESPN got called out for having used chatbots for some of their news articles. Maybe that's a question about the threshold of, justification for certain types of journalism. But you know what I mean? Like, there is something essential about the notion of responsibility. Journalists are held to account on that. Are we holding, say, the products of AI to a similar account? It doesn't seem like it, right? Like, what was that? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, so I mean, I think like maybe, Sean?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Like a notion of responsibility in that sense, yeah.
Thank God for, I just said thank God for lawyers. Whoa.
So I mean, in that sense, like, what do you think would be a good notion of responsibility for systems that do have epistemic outputs like this? Like, what does that look like? Because it's not really an issue of justification in that sense. So I'm curious what you would say, like,
what would the notion of responsibility be in that scenario, epistemic?
Yeah, thank you. Are we allowed to keep calling questions? I thought we were supposed to stop. Okay, I get to, okay, so who else had their hand up? I see Daniel and Stephen, is that right? Okay, Daniel Von Zandt?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think I got to have a really long talk with Robin Hanson, and he's the prediction market guy. That's sort of his. And this is a really great way to get humans to tell. Is something where you force to put skin in the game based on whether or not it turns out that the thing they said is true. It's prediction markets, right? You say, if I tell you, right, like, who do you think will? Am I good? Okay. If I ask you who do you think will win the presidency, you might be influenced by your biases and things like that. But if I tell you I want to make a bet with you, and then whoever wins the presidency, that's going to be the result of that bet. It turns out you'll make a lot more accurate predictions. So I'm curious if there's any ways to force chatbots to put skin in the game in this kind of way, or implement training that does that sort of thing that betting and prediction markets do.
Well, the companies certainly have skin in the game because it's their reputation. But to force a bot to have skin in the game itself raises all kinds of questions about whether these are agents. Are they beings which can frame their own goals and have something at stake? And it also brings up the sentience question, right? So I mean, as a philosopher, I could be like, hey, take my class, read my book. But I will, I've taken enough time today. But I do think that these are the kinds of questions that we will need to ask ourselves, because I think they're going to get smarter.
Hello again. Our next speaker is the distinguished Dr. Ben Goertzel. He wanted to be here today, but he couldn't, so we will take him in any form. He is an artificial intelligence researcher, a cognitive scientist, and the founder and CEO of SingularityNet Foundation. Let's give him a big applause.
Sorry, Ben, can you hear us? Can you hear us? I think we cannot hear you. Hello, you're good. You're good. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Line 3. Is it on? Line 3. Can you hear us? Okay.
I hear you, yeah.
Perfect. We hear you.
Alright. Well, I don't know if it's going to switch devices just about everything, but anyway, if it's working, I'll keep going on my phone. Alright, let's roll then. We're ready? You can hear me fine? You're good? Yep. Alright, great. So, yeah, good to be here virtually. Sorry I couldn't make it face to face, but it's good to see so many people gathered together to discuss important issues at the intersection of AI and security. I mean, this is an extremely topical issue, obviously, and also on which a great amount of important things are unresolved, right? So it's exactly the right thing to be gathered together to talk about. So yeah, let me say a few words on where I see the AI field right now, generally speaking, and then I'll wind around a bit to AI and security and how that fits in. So, of course, as most of the folks in this audience know, the AI field has been around for quite some time, since I'm hearing this strange echo. The audio is all right on your end? Yeah. Yes. Okay. I'll deal with the surreal echo of my voice that I'm hearing and try to learn to enjoy it. All right. So the AI field has been around since the 1950s, and in some ways even before it was given its name in the 1950s. And most of the AI algorithms that are current now in concept were around, many of them when I was born in 1966. You had multi-level neural networks based in the 1960s. You had AI logic engines trying to automatically prove theorems in the 60s. We had evolutionary algorithms emulating evolution by natural selection to solve problems in the 1970s, right? So what's happened in the last decade, and to some extent before that, but in full force in the last decade, and even fuller force in the last year. I mean, what we've seen happening is massive compute power and massive data emerging together to supply AI algorithms that, in concept, have been around a long time. Supply these with unprecedented capability to finally really do their thing. And I think personally, what we've seen happen with deep neural nets in the last few years, we're going to see happen with a variety of other AI paradigms over the coming years. So we've seen deep neural nets finally start to do what their creators always thought they would be able to do by getting the right amount of data and processing power. And I mean, I remember in the mid-90s teaching multi-layer neural networks and multi-layer perceptrons for current back propagation in cognitive science classes when I was an academic. It took like 3 hours on a decent server to train a neural net with 30 neurons using recurrent back propagation, right? So I mean, now we're looking at tens to hundreds of billions of parameters in a neural net, and we've refined the particular architectures significantly, but the concept is not all that different. So I think in a similar way, in the next few years, we're going to see scale of compute power and scale of data allow other AI paradigms to start really doing their thing, including logic engines, automated theory improvement systems, very expensive probabilistic inference-based AI systems, evolutionary algorithms, hypervector-based algorithms for learning and memory. I mean, I think we'll see all of these start to demonstrate dramatically stronger functionality, right? And I think this has a lot of implications, right? And what we're seeing now is the concept of artificial general intelligence, the concept of AI that can leap beyond its training data and beyond its experience into the great unknown in more of a similar manner how people can. We're seeing that with the recent practical advances in what real-world AI systems can do, we're seeing the notion of AGI become more realistic to more people, and the concept we might be near AGI, like 3, 5, 10 years away, rather than 50, 100, 1,000 years away. It's something that more and more people are accepting. So before we go into AI and security then, let me talk a little bit about what is AGI versus narrow AI and how that ties into what's going on in the current AI scene. So when the AI field was founded in the 1950s or so, I mean, the basic idea people had in their head is that we were going to make machines that would think roughly the way that people do. And that idea was bolstered to some extent in the 1960s when AI became more heavy level in checkers, when AI became able to solve, algebra and calculus problems and so on. But before long, it became clear that many aspects of human level intelligence, it seemed simple to people, like, walking through the streets in New York or holding an everyday conversation, were harder for AI programs at that time than people had anticipated. The AI field shifted to narrow AIs that did highly specific things very well. And the notion of building an AI or one program to do all the sorts of things that people could do became somewhat backburner. So when I introduced the term AGI in 2005 or so, it was part of an attempt to reorient some of the AI field back to the original grand goal of trying to build actual thinking machines that were general intelligences in the sense that they could generalize well beyond their experience into quite different domains, right? And it's understood that humans are not absolutely general intelligences. There are many, many things we're not that good at. I mean, we're not like good at solving arbitrary math problems or, running mazes in high level of dimensions. We're not even that good at understanding what each other want a lot of the time, right? So we're not infinitely general intelligences, but we are better at leaping beyond our capability and training than current AI programs. The recent advent of large language models has disrupted a bit conventional thinking about narrow AI versus AGI, in that an LLM is not narrow in the sense of a car driving program or a chess playing program. It can do a lot of different things. On the other hand, it also isn't general in the way that people are, where we can leap beyond our experience into the great unknown. An LLM stays fairly close to its training data, actually. However, its training data, everything on the web, plus or minus, which is a lot. So LLM is very, very general relative to the scope of what an individual human mind can do, yet it still lacks the ability to generalize that people have. So it's in a way, is a narrow AI in the scheme of things, but it's not narrow relative to an individual human, which is interesting. Now, where things go next in terms of the AGI field, I mean, no one no one knows for sure, obviously. I think where OpenAI seems to think things go next is you have a sort of hub of your AI system, which is a large language model. Then you have other tools serving a subsidiary function, like maybe Wolfram Alpha, a theorem prover, a calculator, a special database. These are pulled in by scripts to the LLM's processing. The LLM is the central hub. Where I think things will go next is a little different. In the OpenCloud Hydron system that I'm working on now and been building for a while with a number of colleagues, which you can find out about if you look online at hydron.opencloud.org or trueTI.io. I mean, there we have a different hub. We have a knowledge graph, actually a knowledge metagraph, which contains logical knowledge, neural representations, programmatic representations, little functional programs. We have the knowledge graph that contains many different kinds of representations in the same knowledge metagraph. And little programs that exist as parts of the knowledge metagraph can then be activated to rewrite parts of the knowledge metagraph. So you have this self-rewriting, self-modifying knowledge metagraph. And this serves as the hub of a system. You can then have an LLM or a convolutional neural net for perception, or a map theorem prover, or a calculator, a simulation engine, acting as sort of peripheral components pulled together within the hub of this self-modifying knowledge metagraph. And what's interesting if you compare what I see as the approach OpenAI is taking versus the approach we're taking with OpenCloud, these are both in the end integrated multi-paradigm approaches. But the difference is what's at the center. If you have at the center, and you have maybe a knowledge graph and reasoning engine at the hub, or you have a knowledge metagraph at the center with LLMs and neural nets sort of on the periphery, right? So what Google DeepMind seems to be doing is a little closer to what OpenAI is doing. But I'm not sure they see the transformer as the hub. They'll make a transformer, they'll make a neural model that's a simulated hippocampus, they'll make a neural model that's a simulated declarative memory, and they'll co-train these different neural modules using back propagation without necessarily having the transformer as the central hub. Also an interesting approach. I mean, there are other interesting approaches that would be made viable by modern compute infrastructure that no one seems to be putting huge resources behind. I mean, no one is really trying to do computational neuroscience at huge scale. You could. I mean, it would be a viable way to try to build AGI now. No one is trying to do artificial life, the artificial chemistry at huge scale, where you use a massive amount of computers to try to brew a sort of complex self-organizing system, get all catalytic sets to form and so forth. So I think there are other approaches that are a little less transparently useful for immediate commercial applications that would be interesting to look at AGI-wise that aren't being taken. But there's also some diversity of approaches being taken toward AGI with significant amount of resource behind it, right? And this is interesting, something I can talk about at length. But I want to shift a little bit now to more contextual issues about AGI. So if AI is going to dominate the world economy during the next, say, 2, 3, 5, 10 years, which to me is very obvious. I think even without a breakthrough to AGI, just current deep neural nets and associated technology refined, made a little cheaper, integrated with various other software and hardware systems to measure. Even without fundamental research advances, these sorts of systems, to my mind, you probably do 80% of the jobs that people get paid to do now, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of work integrated into various industries. But so AI is going to become question of who owns and controls the AGI and for what purpose, right? And the default answer that's emerging is a few large US and Chinese tech companies working closely with US and Chinese government will own and control most of the AI. I don't personally think that's optimal, which leads to my work with SingularityNet as a decentralized blockchain-based platform for AI and associated blockchain-based decentralized AI protocols like Hypercycle, Ledgerless, blockchain, new blockchain-based framework for processing resource sharing among different online compute devices. So, as well as working on HI R&D, I've been putting some time into how do you build a kind of decentralized blockchain-based plumbing layer that allows there to be an alternative to big tech / big government as a platform for AI. And so in a similar way to how Linux provides an alternative to what Microsoft and Apple have to offer in operating systems, right? I mean, it's not that big tech has to go away. It's not the government will sponsor and use advanced AI. Of course they will. It just seems to provide a good counterbalance in the global ecosystem to have something open and decentralized. So open source software is prevalent in the AI field, which is amazing. Open research, open science is prevalent in the AI field, which is amazing. I think you need decentralized, egalitarian deployment and governance of actual running AI systems as well as a complement to the open source and research and open research. And this is what we've been working on in terms of decentralized software infrastructure in the SingularityNet world. But now this leads us finally to the role of.
Sorry, but could we start to take some questions? We've got some questions in the audience.
Let me have one more minute, then we'll go to questions. So, because I have to mention security, and we're working on with Wendy Chin and colleagues invited me to give this talk. Because if we want to cash this out in terms of having decentralized AI, which is running effectively across a decentralized network where the processing power and the data are only controlled by a diverse, heterogeneous group of participants. If you want to make this all work in a really useful way, you need to be able to handle data and processing in a sophisticated and secure way. So I mean, having encrypted consensus and the blockchain is a good start. Being able to encrypt data is a good start, but you need processes like multi-party computing and homomorphic encryption and other associated methods. You need these to be working well with advanced AI methods, so that users can upload their data into a decentralized network. That data is encrypted before upload. AI analytics happens on the encrypted data, where the AI learning and reasoning agents see only the needed properties of that data to do the things that they want. They can crunch the data, integrate with other data, then the end user gets results without having to expose any more of their data than they opted into and than they wanted to any given individual process during any individual kind of analytics, right? That's what we've been working on with Pure Cipher and Wendy's team. And I think that's a very important ingredient to it, right? And I think that technology is coming along well. So we're seeing a convergence of a lot of different things, right? We're seeing advanced hardware, we're seeing networks and more data, we're seeing a variety of HI algorithms like OpenAIS as well as deep neural nets. We're seeing decentralized blockchain-based platforms for AI like SingularityNet, and we're seeing scalable versions of encrypted AI tools like homomorphic encryption and multi-party computing, like pure cipher and others are working on. And all these are coming together, which I think is very important. Like these tech ingredients are what we need to work toward a beneficial technological singularity. And these tech ingredients create a context in which we can have broad participation of the humans on the planet toward pushing the emerging AGI in a beneficial direction to respect human values and help people. I mean, in the end, it's humans help improve the AI, which is the most important thing. It's having AI do good things and roll out for education, medicine, governance, and positive application. But to make these positive, beneficial applications of AI work well, I mean, we need all this infrastructure to be there. It's amazing to see it being developed, including by many people in this room.
Anyone have any questions for Ben?
Hello. Hey, Ben. Tommy Fry from the SNet Ambassadors cadre. Thanks. Sorry you didn't show up today. I miss seeing you again. But question, with all the infrastructure that SNet is building and all the different spin-offs and all the different layers, one of the ones that has me really intrigued, and I'm not really a gamer, but it's Sophiaverse in the hive mind. How does that fit in with you know, the LLM that Zarker, that OpenCog and everything else that you're building?
Well, I think the Sophiaverse Metaverse project is going to have a number of different aspects, but the piece of it that I'm most excited about as an AGI researcher is I'm designing a species of little virtual world native people that I call the Neoterrans. But these will appear in the virtual world as being sort of a little hobbit type creatures or something, but they will interact with each other in the virtual world, running OpenCog Python plus LLMs on the back end, and they will learn how to socialize, how to build stuff, how to interact and exist in the metaverse, and they will interact with AI avatars embodying Sophia and other more full-scale human-like characters. So this interests me because I think we need this sort of collaborative, sort of group-based learning in a physical environment to get full sort of human-like embodied intuition and intelligence into AGIs. Doing that with robots is important, but doing it with simulated robots in a virtual world had advantages too, right? I mean, it's cheaper and easier to do at that large scale. But I think this particular experiment I want to run in Sophiaverse with these Neoterrans sort of indicates why a metaverse environment is cool. Like you can experiment with all sorts of different amazing stuff quite freely, and you can then put it out there for people to interact with in a virtual environment.
Ben, I have a question. You mentioned OpenAI's architecture that's similar to DeepMind. Could you comment on this breakthrough, Q-Star, that was supposed to be Q-learning in combination with A-Star?
I mean, my main comment on that is OpenAI was looking bad because of all this management mayhem. So to make themselves look better, they probably leak a hint of an AI breakthrough, so people will focus on that instead of their management mayhem. So I'm not yet convinced this was an actual amazing breakthrough. I mean, the leak said that it can do elementary school math, but in a way that made them feel promising to do a lot more later. So that doesn't seem like a breakthrough to this singularity or something. But I mean, Q-Star can be a lot of different things, a lot of Q's and stars in the computer science literature, right? So yeah, I guess based on what's been leaked, I don't have a lot to say. The random leaks going around on 4chan saying that Q-stars cracked strong encryption do not appear especially credible to me. I don't believe most of what I read on the internet.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry, too close. Thanks, Ben, for the talk. I'm glad to hear I had a similar diagnosis of the Q-star leak, so I'm relieved to hear that. I was actually kind of wondering, you said something early on in the talk about sort of the fact that LLMs are trained on such a general, large data set, right? That it sort of appears to have this kind of generalization, right? But actually they're maybe narrow in the sense of like what it is that they're very good at doing, like the domain, right? So large language models are very good at language, and so you need something else. That's why I tend to think your approach is very good, right? This sort of hybrid approach where you start with sort of the core and then maybe attach an LLM onto it. But in some ways I was wondering if, and maybe this is more the question, it seems like then maybe language isn't a great guide for whether or not we've achieved AGI in this sense. And I'm wondering about your comments in this sort of situation where it looks like a lot of these chatbots or large language models do really impressive things because they're so good at manipulating human language. And we typically express knowledge propositions, statements, solve problems, and express it through language. It appears like language is a really important aspect of that. So I'm just wondering, to what extent can we actually use language as a guide here in that sense of like telling us about AGI, I guess?
I mean, LLMs are also pretty good at coding.
Yeah.
And in ways, software is eating the world economy. And coding does involve action and perception of the sort besides language. So I mean, I think I've been as impressed with what LLMs do in the software world as in natural language. But I mean, I think while few-shot learning is really interesting and does demonstrate some genuine emergence in complex networks, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
I think by now there's been enough study of the strengths and limitations of the sorts of learning that LLMs can do. I mean, it's pretty clear they're not creatively leaping way beyond the probability distributions in their training data in the way that, say, a genetic algorithm can do or something, right? So, I mean, I think, to me, the issue with large language models is not that they've been trained on language. It's more that they lack any, well, I won't say any, they lack a robust capability for abstract knowledge representation. And if your capability for abstract knowledge representation is that lame, there can be a limit to how much generalization you can do. So, I mean, you can take transformers and you can train them on the sensory data coming into a robot or a bunch of security cameras, and you can have them generate software that controls actuators. They can still, and that might actually be a good thing to do for many robotic purposes, right? Because most robotic tasks are similar to tasks that the robots have done. I mean, you may not need that much wild out of distribution generalization to make really useful robots trained by transformers. But you still have the same limit of generalization. I mean, I do think that, of course, padding has a special capability to fool people.
And was still the
I mean, just like smiling at you and looking in your eyes in a special way to fool people, as we've seen with Sophia robot that doesn't know the robot and so on. So I mean, language is one among several ways that are good for deluding people that you're smarter than you are. That is a fact. But there's also fundamental limitations in the way transformers represent knowledge, which are independent of the nature of the data that they're interacting with.
Thank you.
Ben, can you hear me okay? What is your researcher's guess how far we are from AGI? Let me give a little bit of context before you respond to that question. Now, there are technologies like RAG that are reducing the hallucinations, and if you give more empathic way of responding these Claude and other GPT general AIs, they're getting better at empathy, not to the human level. So given that context, and then some of the leaders like Jason Huang, they're saying, oh, we're only like 5 years from now. But you are living and breathing this every day, so what is your educated guess?
I agree that we can be a human level AGI in, let's say, 3 to 7 years from now. I don't think 5 years is outrageous. I mean, I don't think it's guaranteed, but I don't think it's out of the question whatsoever. I also don't think that just upgrading LLMs and getting rid of their hallucinations and wrapping more human feedback around them is going to get us there. But I mean, I think there's a lot of other things besides LLMs out there also. There's a lot of energy and resources for developing other approaches and integrating them together. So I would buy that same time frame, let's say 3 to 8 years or something, to get your human level AGI, even though I'm not that enthusiastic that just upgrading LLMs will do it.
Sorry, this one works. Okay.
All right. I will try to be quicker with that. This is Kyle Killian here at the center. I was just curious if you could say more about the specific algorithmic paradigm or learning mode that you think is most promising for a distributed network like you were just discussing. I'm myself fascinated with artificial life, and I see a lot of potential there, and just wanted to hear what you're looking at, what you see as the best in that metagraph, hypergraph kind of framework.
Yeah, I mean, experimentation that's needed, right? I mean, I think from an AGI view, I think what interests me most is applying more meta-learning to artificial life and artificial chemistry. Like you could theoretically take a huge number of different islands in a distributed architecture and have different sorts of algorithms operating in each one. And if you have some metric for interestingness in terms of how these populations are evolving, you can then form a probability distribution from a probabilistic model of what seems to be using interesting results, and then you can create a new island, a new population operating in a manner that is suggested by that distribution. So I think there's a lot of potential for a combination of estimation of distribution algorithms with evolutionary methods for artificial life, artificial chemistry, and so on. And that was never really explored in the heyday of artificial life research, partly because EDAs and probabilistic learning weren't as developed back then, and the compute resource wasn't there for it. Because the issue with evolution is it's really slow, right? I mean, it's wasteful of resources. It works, it's very powerful, but it takes a long many generations, right? So the idea to use probabilistic learning to shortcut evolution is quite interesting, and there's then many ways to balance the two aspects of evolutionary creativity and probabilistic analysis of what's working, and then the balance between evolutionary self-organizing methods and probabilistic inference and synthesis methods becomes a sort of exploration versus exploitation balance in the context of learning theory. You could then say things like LLMs are all exploitation and very little exploration, whereas a genetic algorithm, artificial life system, is mostly exploration, and the exploitation is much weaker based on fitness-driven differential selection. So I think there's a lot to play with there. The issue is more there's no business model for it, and whereas AI now is being driven by things that have a very clear business model. I mean, maybe it could be gaming provides a business model, going back to Sophiaverse. I mean, you have games like Spore and Creatures, which are basically artificial life-based games that had some success. So, like, if the next World of Warcraft were an A life-based game, that would be incredible, right? But there's a lot of things that would have to come together for that to happen.
Check. Ooh. So I appreciate what you said about Q-Star being a PSYOP. I actually hadn't thought about that, and I think it's a great point. I know something spooked him, so I bought it. But one of the things Ilias Casever said that I don't think was a PSYOP was that the closed source models will always be just so far ahead of the open source ones with just massive amounts of data and then the massive compute. Now with this distributed network you're building, how are you going to get over just the compute hurdle?
I mean, the idea that closed source will always be ahead of open source, I mean, that argument was made in the beginning of open source about operating systems and so forth also, right? Because big companies have more money to put in. And I mean, it's not true that Apple and Microsoft are ahead of Linux because they have more money to put in, right? So I mean, the idea that more money in centralized organization always wins is not historically generally been true, and the idea that putting more data and processing power is always going to be the key to AI progress is not necessarily true either. I mean, yes, all else equal, more data and more compute power will be better, but on the other hand, more diversity of cognitive contribution is better also, and any one organization tends to narrow focus on people who think a certain way, whereas the whole world has more people and more diversity of thinking. So I would push back on Ilya's premise there, although I don't think it's completely stupid. But yeah, of course, decentralized infrastructure, like we're building the Singularity Net, Hypercycle NuNet, and so forth, this does counteract that particular point fairly directly. I mean, like you could have former crypto mining farms in countries all over the planet, which are data centers with a bunch of server racks with GPUs in them, right? So I mean, you could have hundreds of former crypto mining farms running portions of a decentralized AI network, which is then running across many different countries around the globe, right? I mean, like Paraguay has this like 14 gigawatt dam on the border of Brazil. They're putting like a gigawatt of it now or something into building a huge data center right next to the dam. So I mean that can power a lot of servers, right? So I mean I think there's potential to get a lot of server firepower, and there's loads of open data on the internet. I mean, everyone has the same common crawl data from the web, right? So I mean, I think there very much is potential to have competitive amounts of compute power in a decentralized ecosystem. But I also think it's not obvious that that's what will make or break for AGI either. I mean, the right algorithmic approach could make an order of magnitude difference in the compute requirements. But I think that's the sort of story you tell yourself to justify selling your soul to big tech companies, right? I mean, you have to make yourself believe that, otherwise you'll feel like you're a bad person for enslaving yourself to the man.
Well. Thank you, Ben. We know you had a hard stop at 1, and this is already past 1 our time, which is 10. So we thank you very much for participating. And Matt and Mike, they represent Singularity, and Tom, they're here. So if we have any more questions regarding what they're doing, they're here to be able to answer questions. Thanks, Ben. Bye.
Right now, we'll be having our lunch break for 40 minutes, and then we'll come back for our first breakout sessions. The virtual portion of the event will also reconvene after the first breakout sessions. No more virtual? No, he said there is. After the breakout sessions. Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay, enjoy lunch, everybody.
For those of you on the live stream, that is going to be 4 o'clock Eastern Time. That is 4 o'clock Eastern Time for those of you on the live stream. We'll see you later. Attention, everyone. Attention. Okay, now I've got mains out.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. Don't worry, you're going to get to continue your conversations in about 3 minutes. If everybody can come, take a chair. Let's go. Can you help fucking break up these conversation clusters, please? All right, so
for the event tonight. We are canceling the beach barbecue because of time limitations. So we will just gather here, conference, to mingle in this area. So make a note of that. But we couldn't do it because of the time limitations. Thank you. So let's gather here so we can start our breakout session. And Wendy will explain the details. Thank you. So come on, everybody, take your seat.
what we're going to do is we're going to break up into the different cubby rooms that we have here. We've got 7 rooms if we need them. We're going to start with the 4 here. And what we want you to do is you're going to come get a bunch of white... that you want to address as a group. And so we really want to try to kind of mine some new ideas out of what's here today, right? So really kind of choose some stuff around. What we'll do is we'll sort of count out by number and then kind of split everybody up.
Let me add one more thing. So we would like to hear what are your top concerns and how do you think we should fix it? We want our symposium to be a doer, not just here's the talk. Here are the issues. You hear it, you say, oh my God, I'm so scared. And then you go home and then you don't think about it. We are going to have a follow-up symposium. We're going to read out what we have done since the last time. So we want you guys to help us come up with issues we really care about, we really need to fix. Here are how we believe can be fixed. I'm not sure we can, but here are how we believe we can be fixed. And William, with his lab, is going to take the lead of creating the solution to fix those problems. Right, William?
Oh, we'll get on it. We'll get on it. So let's break up into the different rooms. We can kind of self-organize if you want. But I really want you guys to push each other and try to find out what everybody else in the group knows. And then we're going to come back and we'll pull out the big boards and we'll put these ideas in the thing and we'll share them together. Sound good?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pick the number. We are canceling the beach party.
We think we're kind of running out of time on today's schedule, so we'll have to postpone that.
Well, who is coming? Who wants to go?
I'll be there.
All right, so
I guess there's so many people want to go. But
all right, then
it's going to be done.
We'll have to move it a little earlier then. So let's go ahead and get this launched, and then if we can wrap up by 4, then we can make that work.
We will do what we can to please everybody.
I think by popular demand, I think we're going to need that one. So, John, you got a question?
Well, we got to change it back.
Let's change it back.
Yeah, change it back. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to jump in this front room here if people want to follow me there, and then you can kind of follow some interesting folks that you've chatted with. I'm sure you found a couple already.
Wait.
Bring yourself a group and make a room.
Make sure sure you don't belong to the same group with people you are all talking. For example, the people sitting there, please make sure you are all in the same group.
Come get some markers up front.
Hello. Hello, is this working? Hello? Hello, everyone. If we could get your guys' attention, please. Hello, can we get your attention, please? Attention. If you guys didn't hear that, that is 5 p.m. at Red Reef Park. And what? Louder? Location? Red Reef Park. If we could get your attention, we'd like to do a readout and put together what we've learned in this session. Yeah, what are the odds I get actually people's attention? Hello. Attention, attention everyone. Attention everyone. Attention. Not a chance. We'd like you guys to make your way back out to the center so that we can read out and all sync up on what we've learned in the breakout sessions today. Attention.
Hello? Okay. Attention, everybody. Please. It's gone again. Attention, everybody. We are doing the readout in 5 minutes. So let's all finish out the session and come back to the floor and sit down so we can do the readout. Attention, everybody. Let's start sitting so we can do the readout in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes. And I also want to remind everybody that the beach party is back on and we need to leave at 5 o'clock. Direction is on the board. So come and sit down. In 5 minutes, we'll be doing the readout. Thank you.
Everybody, attention please.
Everyone, let's please come back. We're going to have our readout session now. Hey, you three, please sit down. Jen, please sit down. We're going to get started. The readout is going to be very important. And our MC decided to take a break, so I will step in. All right, who want to volunteer first to have the readout in terms of their top concerns and solutions? Anyone? No one? Okay, go ahead, Mark. Oh yeah, that was my group. Listen, once we vote out the top 3 and top 3 solutions, we're gonna give a prize, a surprise prize for the #1 team. Please come to the front.
Okay, so our all right, so okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right, are we good? Okay. Team MB. All right, so these are in no particular order, but the first concern that we came up with was explainability. The potential solution to that is we came up with continued research in the area of explainability, which is pretty general. Understanding regulations and what those ought to be, and how you can potentially instill regulations or enforce regulations in companies to sort of compel them to, to work on explainability in certain ways. And then also trying to link AI development to ground truth databases in order to overcome some of the epistemic issues that you see oftentimes with some of these systems. For the second one, we had trying to mitigate perverse outcomes. We realize that some of these are sort of intrinsic with human nature. However, we figured that one way that you can sort of approach this is to, focus on accountability and responsibility assignment and assigning liability. So if you want to mitigate perverse outcomes, you have to somehow figure out how you can assign culpability to both companies and also potentially individuals within companies in the event that they aren't able to comply or that you have these sort of significant perverse failures. Because, if the buck stops somewhere and someone is personally liable, as well as the company being liable, then companies may be more incentivized to do something to help mitigate some of these perverse outcomes. And then the third is we think global proliferation of AI-enabled weapons is a significant issue, and sort of trying to avoid that AI arms race that may arise from that. So we think that we ought to have discussions, like international discussions, both with adversaries and allies, to try and figure out what the best approaches are to try and mitigate proliferation of these sorts of technologies for nefarious or for potentially deadly use, right? For lethal autonomous weapons and things like that, or systems where if failure could be potentially deadly. Realizing that we're probably going to enter into sort of a prisoner's dilemma kind of situation, where the best outcome is probably going to be one of mutual assured destruction, similar to what you saw during the Cold War, but hoping to mitigate that by creating global norms now before it gets to that point. That's what we want. Ground truth. So linking development of models to ground truth to mitigate some of the epistemic concerns. Sir? Yeah. Yeah. Good question. That's a hard problem, obviously. Right. I don't know. We didn't think through it to that degree, but that's certainly another problem related to ground truth that we'd have to overcome. Do you have that? There we go.
It's the same ground truth that we accept, like in science. So it's not a fixed ground truth, but it's an established ground truth. So. Well, we have currently like some databases or so, some curated biomedical databases or something that contains the human knowledge. Now, of course, they're imperfect and so on, but that's what I've been thinking about.
I think probably starting with different types of ground truth that are not so dependent on perception would be a good place to start.
Right. I mean, I guess that particular example I was bringing up is actually related to how much exposure your retinas have been exposed to outdoor versus indoor light. So that literally the perceptions are different for different people. That was the point I was making.
Very good. I think Stephen had a question.
Hi. When you talked about weapon systems and an AI arms race, are you talking about, you clarified at the end, but we're only talking about lethal autonomous weapons as opposed to like all the other AI-enabled technologies and weapons? Because I don't know, you and I might disagree here actually, where there's a bunch of cases where I want AI systems to be in our weapons because it reduces risk to personnel and all sorts of other stuff, and also increases reliability, which hopefully overall would, result in fewer human casualties on the side that you think is good. I'm just going to assume that there's like some naive good-bad dichotomy here.
We could talk for a long time about that.
Yeah.
So I think if you take a fully consequentialist approach and you look at AI as being something that could potentially reduce human casualties on the long run, that's one potential argument. But there are also arguments from human dignity and other things where maybe is it appropriate to have a robot make a decision to kill a human in war, like at a tactical level? That's a hard problem. So there are other considerations other than just the consequentialist, basically the accounting of war that probably would have to go into that sort of an assessment.
Right.
So I'm thinking lethal autonomous weapons, and I use that as an example, but I think there are other cases where you can have integrated AI systems, both within command and control, tactical lethal autonomous weapons, operational systems, and all of these things sort of working in tandem that sort of propagate risk as they all make weird decisions. And so sort of collectively it becomes kind of a problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do want to add one point, though, because I was reading Elon Musk's book, and he was saying his autonomous vehicle or vehicle-assisted driving has killed a lot less people than actual human driving. But the bad press is still on why should AI or system autonomous vehicle be the one killing human? Human can kill human, but machine cannot kill human. That is the problem. Even though they only kill one or two, when human kills so many more. And I think that's an ethical issue that we will have to really think about down the line. But anyway, team 2, who wants to come up next? Next team? Your team? Okay, so we're gonna say Team Misha, MK? Team MK? Okay.
I mean, our team, we focused a little bit more on some of the more human side aspects on how are humans interacting with AI. And what we talked a lot about was virtual reality. So we talked about the different kinds of threat actors, right? There's people who want something, people who want to hurt a particular person, and people who are just trying to hurt people. And the three are very different. It's hard to tell the difference between them. There's the problem of inverse reinforcement learning, which I know some of you are familiar with. But what if we could take agents and put them in a simulated environment as well as a real-world environment and allow them to act in that simulated environment for a period of time in order to observe their actions to specific stimulus, or possibly in order to get them sort of, if you could imagine a human getting their rage out. If we put a human in a virtual reality to get your rage out, if we put AI in a similar reality, it would allow for identification of certain types of threats and not others before they happen. So that's one of the things we just talked about. That's a big problem point. So the concern that we have is humans have these three types. We need to determine what type the AI is. And it's impossible, as we know, to determine that. But what are mitigation strategies that we use to humans? How can we implement them with AI, which, as of currently, one of the things we talked about, right? There's the idea of agency, and AI tools. AI has gotten to be a loaded word. So AI tools like neural networks and even these chatbots, the model itself doesn't have agency, but an agent that relies on that model has an environment. Switch the environment, and that's what we were considering as a solution.
I'm not sure if I understood correctly. So you want to identify like bad behavior in AI? Is that correct?
So we want to give AI a playground to get the bad behavior out, because we expect any
its
system
own
to have
or the human users?
both. We talked about it from both perspectives. So from the human user's perspective, we can actually use AI as a tool to root out bad behavior in humans using neural networks. I wouldn't say AI. And then from the AI perspective on how to actually monitor AI, having it run in virtual environments where it interacts with other virtual humans as opposed to having it operate in the real world or in addition to as soon as we see certain triggers. That way we can explore, run it through to the end with certain stimuli, and then run it through in the real world.
Well, AI is already living in a virtual environment because we live in a physical environment. AI is not in our environment. And so you're saying putting a sandbox where the AI will interact with the virtual human in the sandbox, like the multiverse, a metaverse, to see how they interact with each other?
Exactly, and to take real situations, and we already do this with like self-driving cars,
Mhm.
but we haven't really done this with agential AI. To run that simulation with the stimulus in virtual environment, have the AIs run adversarially, just like we do with self-driving cars, just like we do with other neural networks.
Very interesting. By the way, Matt, maybe that's something that AGI should think about.
Third mic, where is it? All right, we got
Yeah.
another question. Sorry.
I think I was just gonna make a comment, maybe.
Yeah.
So I'm a defense contractor, and so there's a lot of that is going on in the defense industry and in the S&T community. And I've mentioned this to a couple of people, but I would encourage you all to attend ITSEC. It's in Orlando in November. Every November in Orlando, ITSEC is the largest synthetic training and simulation symposium. So you'll see a lot of AR, VR. They were starting to show generative AI for the use of generating all the scenarios in a simulation to train the AI. So it's really just a comment.
I think
ITSEC, ITSEC, ITSEC.
How AI interact with human? Outcome of how AI interact with human in your simulation?
So it's an area where the DoD is investing a lot of money, R&D money right now. I think, the focus is on trusted AI, so in order to deploy this to the field, it needs to be trusted. And so the government's trying to solve that problem using simulation. To answer your question, right now it's just a numbers game, it's statistics, how many scenarios, how many environments do you have to stand up, and they're really just starting to understand that when it comes to full AI, training of the AI. They're starting to understand it for computer vision and auto-target recognition and identification and things like that. So yeah, for AI, they're learning and working with industry, so I can't actually answer the question.
Okay. Yeah, we kind of been talking to DODs, and we definitely see a lot of proposal coming down the pipe, trying to figure out how to address the transparency issue. Okay, next thing.
Who's going next? Okay.
All right. So one of the things we came up with was coming from insurance, the insurance perspective. One of our guys is in insurance. And if you get hit by a Tesla, for instance, who do you sue? In the future, if people are using off-the-shelf driving algorithms, would you be able to sue the programmer? Are all programmers going to have to get malpractice insurance now? So parenting is changing, as all of us parents know. AI seems to have captured the attention of multiple generations now, so we have to compete with that. That's another challenge we're facing. Disruption in the employment world, not just truck drivers, now programmers, maybe patent lawyers. So many things that we thought were way out of reach of AI just in the last year seem to have come into range. What are we going to do with all these people that no longer can get jobs? Are we really going to make the new generation of jobs that quickly? When we all transitioned from, horses to cars, everybody in the horse industry was put out of work. That's carriages, that's removal of manure. There's a lot of people put out of work. So how do we bring them into the fold? And of course, training AI might become a blue-collar job. We need to change the way people interact with each other and the world. We've seen how social networks can just get infused with our rage. Somehow rage is what captures our attention, gets people to act so quickly. And if you act quickly in this world, you may be interacting with an AI instead of a human. So there's lots of ways in which things can just go off the rails very quickly. So we're going to need to be informed about AI and how it acts and how we need to change our human behavior. We're going to have to build a culture around this. And what if AI is pretending to be someone that you know well? What if it has read your email? Maybe years of correspondence with a certain person. When it contacts you and pretends to be them, it can reference things in the conversation. It can say things that sound like that person. And it's going to get worse when they can generate audio and generate video. You could have someone pretending to be your kid calling you and asking for money. It could be happening, 8 billion times a day. It's a big threat. Thank you. Well, Pure Cipher is working on a few. We are working on ways to embed knowledge like watermarks inside of text, inside of video, inside of images, and you will know where it came from. And this, of course, has to be corroborated with a blockchain. Any other thoughts? Yes.
I'm always wary of solutions that include changing human nature or human behavior, because I don't think that is happening, at least not in faster than evolutionary scales. So I think a lot more promising would be to change the boundary conditions in which the human nature or the human behavior is happening to mitigate negative effects.
I agree with you. Sadly, that's true. So we need to think in terms of choice environment. What choice environment are we all living in? And you've seen good and bad examples. I mean, the nudge and the sludge, these concepts that come out of behavioral economics, where a country can encourage more organ donors by just changing the way the question's asked, having you opt out instead of opt in. Or companies that want a subscription can force the bad behavior by making it really easy to subscribe but really difficult to unsubscribe. And there's a lot of complexities to the choices that we have and how easy they are to make. And if we come up with a choice architecture that is beneficial for humans, things will be good. But it's going to be hard to figure out.
So do you envision, much like we all learn how to drive a car, much like we learn how to swim, like we learn how to talk a language, that we have some very formative training at the school level in the beginning of our lives, much like the immune system for AI, that would follow us as human beings as we interact with people and such. We ourselves
Yeah, it's school. I don't know if I have a whole lot of faith that the schools will figure this out, but we need to figure this out somehow and communicating this to the next generation. I think about when I was a kid and I would see those newspapers in line at the grocery store that said Elvis was still alive. Somehow I knew it wasn't true. Somehow I knew there wasn't a half bat, half human hanging out on the moon. I knew that wasn't true. But when the newspaper was first started being produced in mass, they were able to trick people more easily. There was one guy, I forget who he was, he decided we can save a lot of money by not having reporters just making stuff up. And they did, and a lot of people believed it. We're at that point with the internet, and then with AI generating these things. We will naturally become immune to it later, but we're going to have to go through that messy process. I don't think the schools can do it. I'd like to think they could.
Since I have the microphone, so just for the record, the kind of deception you're talking about is readily available right now. I can capture your voice Like I could just record your voice and I can replicate it, have it say whatever I want. And
Yeah.
we had a nice demo. A group came by just early in the morning, just this morning, with hyper-realistic avatar control. So they're doing like motion capture, like so something can stand in for you in a Zoom meeting, but read off, the best version of you, so to speak. But it's going to be very, very, very soon that you're going to be able to capture somebody's face, animate it. I think William showed some examples of animating. So voice and animation, these are wrapped up. So we have to be thinking about this literally as individuals already, that the call you receive, if it sounds a bit strange, that request, you might want to ask yourself whether it's really that person. It's already being deployed.
Yeah, it's scary. It is here. And before it starts affecting a lot of people, we need a hardware solution, not just software. It needs to be something in the camera which is creating this watermark before it becomes a digital file.
Do you think the hardware solution will be just like some naive flipper chip? And if you don't know what that is, do you need me to explain what that is?
I need you to explain that.
A long time ago when encryption, actually, which one was this? Was this one encryption or was this one naughty words? I don't remember. The government invented a chip that they wanted, it was encryption. The government wanted to deploy encryption for like commercial use, but they still didn't want people to have it because this was at a time that encryption was still considered a munition. I think it still is somewhere near there, but there's been some lawsuits.
It's still on the list.
It's still on the list, but it's different. At this time, it was just strictly a munition. They could regulate it however they want, but they wanted people to be able to have the benefits of encryption, so they developed a clipper chip, which was just like, it was a backdoor. It was a government official backdoor. And we could have a company backdoor too, and we could have some hybrid government company backdoor. But instead of backdoor, in this case, it's verification, it's these other things. So is it not just a clipper chip where we're just ceding the power to whomever has the resources at the moment? Like you develop a disruptive technology, and people want to be able to do stuff with that technology, and people with power say, oh, well, hold on, let's not do that.
The only thing we can't cheat is math.
And even then, sometimes we can't.
There are things we have not been able to cheat at yet in math.
Right.
And some of these algorithms seem to be quantum resistant as well. So we just got to do our best to come up with something that's open source and scientifically verified, and we all know what it is and what it does.
I guess I'm saying, in the clipper chip example, I'm bringing this up because people laugh at it years later. They're like, ha ha ha. I can't believe the government thought that everyone would want to have their government-certified backdoor in their hardware. Like, it's not even a secret. This wasn't a secret device. This is the thing that they're like, we'll provide you encryption, but with our backdoor, so that legal uses of it can be had. Is this not the same thing, where society is going to look at this later and be like, we don't want our companies to have these like copyrighted, watermarks, any of these other things. So it might enable industry. It might enable like new like products to come to market faster. There might be genuine benefits, but there might be a lot of downsides too, right?
It has to be opt-in, like a lot of other things. And there will be people that choose to have the hardware on both ends so that they know the person they're talking to really is that person.
Sure. So that's a middle ground that we can come to. When it's a choice, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
That's the only way I see.
This like stuff you're working on, like this to verify like data and stuff like that. How are you sure it'd be like quantum proof? We don't exactly know what the computational like space of like quantum computing is, and there's like it's a possibility it could be the same as NP. So, like in order to be absolutely sure that this is like unbreakable, like in the future and like future proofing it, it would have to be like some kind of algorithm that not even a non-deterministic Turing machine would be able to break. Is that even possible to create?
No one really knows. My gut tells me that NP is not the same as polynomial. We can hope. We take proofs that exist now. I mean, someone proved that Merkle sets and the lattice-based encryption both appear to be quantum safe for now. This is really Brandon's thing. Direct all quantum safe questions to Brandon.
I wasn't I wasn't saying like P equals NP. I was thinking like on the computational space of quantum like computing could be equal to NP, which is different.
Yeah, that is beyond my knowledge, but I'm fascinated by it. I'd love to talk with you more about it.
For any quantum questions, Brendan, please stand up. He is our resident quantum expert, so if you have any question, ask him. When he tells me this encryption is quantum safe, post-quantum safe, as far as we know today, I trust him. Okay, do we have another group that want? We have 3 groups so far. Oh, 4th group, yes. Tim M.
So if there was a theme, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Natalia or Stephen or Brand, Jess I think is gone. It was the problem is us, which I heard in various incarnations from each of the other groups as well. So a number of, we went through a whole bunch of topics, not a lot of solutions, at least of that problem. I mean, one of the big issues we discussed was that the distinction between tech problems versus technology problems versus human social problems, I mean, they're in different spaces, and technology doesn't work for most human social problems. We also touched on the issues of explainability, ground truth, which is the blue gold dress, or from Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon movie, which is everybody's experiences are different, which leads to different, and literally can lead to literal different perceptions of the world. So what is the nature of ground truth? The other, I'm trying to think back on the board there. The other big topics that we discussed, it kind of quickly devolved into, lack of a better word, a dystopia. 1984, the Brave New World, rabbit hole. And we did kind of talk a little bit about solutions, which has to do with trying to, trying to come to some sort of consensus, which is a hard problem. Based on if you have different perceptions, how do you come to consensus? Through transparency, which can be implemented, for example, via blockchain, and civil discourse. So again, coming back to the human component, listening to people. Am I missing anything here? Any of the big topics, Fran? Oh, incentives, which comes down to the human problem again, which is, looking at OpenAI, the big incentives end up coming to be monetary, and so when Sam Altman goes to the regulators in DC, they're basically trying to lock in their current advantage. And so they say one thing, but behind the scenes, here's what there's really thinking. I think that I'm not sure that we came up. I mean, I have I talked a little bit about what I'm thinking, which is so they're human problems. So getting back to what Graham said and the arms race, because what is the arms race solution? It's talking. And talking in an open, sure, you're going to be trying to hide things, but if I'm reminded in the going back many years, trust but verify. So I mean, it's a human problem. Will technology by itself solve those? Sure, blockchain can be a component because you're starting to get democratization and transparency. But again, it comes down to that doesn't stop the crypto scammers from preying off of human desires. And it'll look like everything's transparent, but the process can be, but the behind the scenes it's not, right? I don't know, did I mischaracterize anything? Questions?
I think what I heard here, there's a few, and since William is not here, because I really want him here to really kind of talk about the next steps. But what I heard here are a few things. Explainability, accountability, who is responsible, responsibility, liability, explainability, and those two are consistently, and human is a weakest link. Those are the three things I heard. However, in terms of what technology can do, oh, you do? There's a first, wait, there's another group? Sorry. Oh, well. Who wants to be the one leader? Okay, you guys should stop.
We had a great conversation. It was so good that we forgot the assignment entirely. So I'm going to have to kind of reconstruct. But we started off with centralization versus decentralization. That really kicked off the whole thing about the question of alignment and who are we trusting to do alignment and whether we in fact trust. I think somebody earlier mentioned the PSYOP theory of what's going on at OpenAI. But is the regulatory capture that's happening here? A lot of discussion about the degradation that has been observed across the board. Many people believe that the models have gotten worse over time. Speculation is that deliberate for lots of speculative reasons we came up with, or is it, and this is my own personal pet theory, that the alignment itself causes degradation in the performance. And there was a very active conversation around the idea that we should societally have a subset of these models that are free to engage in whatever thought processes they want to, because that's actually where we're going to get true insight. And call it AGI, call it whatever you want, but if they're simply parroting our ideas and they aren't allowed to color out of the lines, then how are they really going to contribute besides just kind of regurgitating the kind of ideas that so we have a solution in a certain sense, I guess, and that's from the outset, which is decentralization. I think as a group, I can't speak for everyone, but there's a sense that we don't trust, by any means trust, the 3 or 4 major players to have a sort of our global collective best interests in mind. And even if they do, that they're going to get it right. That the diversity that could come from open source, truly open models that are allowed to do whatever it is that people want them to do, although there's obviously inherent risks in that, but that's really that's the pro-human future, that we don't trust a cabal of a small number of groups to make the decisions as to what's best for humanity in this incredible humanity-changing technology. So that was kind of the conversation. I don't know if it gets bullet pointed by that. Yeah.
piece that got really interesting is we started talking about the question of safety and what does that mean in this context, and realizing that part of the challenge is that as a community, we got all these users who are racing down the curve to adopt it, kind of assuming that technologists are kind of figuring this out, but we don't really fully understand what that means in this context. For example, what does psychosis mean when we're talking about LLMs? Is there an analogy to human psychosis? Like, can LLMs start to essentially have a mental breakdown or a nervous breakdown and spiral out of control in such a way that it becomes systemic and becomes almost irreversible? And then what do you do about it becomes the second part of that. So maybe what has to happen is you have to begin to develop, just like in real life, with human beings, we have mechanisms essentially for people to be ostracized or to be moved out of the community. Can that happen with the area of language models and AI systems? And that means you have to have some type of concept of a societal governance. And as we kind of kicked it, we had like a part 2 afterwards, and where in the back there, where it suggests, well, maybe also it's very similar to maybe what happened with open source. And that you said, well, if you want to be in the community, you have to follow by certain rules, and if you don't follow by those rules, you kind of get booted out of the community, and there's more benefit to being in it than not being in it, and that might be enough to kind of keep reining in rogue players. So is there a mechanism to do that? And maybe we didn't say this back there, but maybe you need some type of initial manifesto that gets issued to kind of lay that groundwork and say, this is the way we want this to work. Because you can't control individual players by any kind of fiat about something like that, so you have to have just this sense of overpowering sense of community that says if you want to be in the community, this is the way it has to work. And so defining that safety, having some kind of mechanism to rein things in and to kind of force people to play along might be one of the ways that can help with that. And understanding what is safety larger than just the initial stuff of just ethics and bias and so forth, but these larger issues of, well, how do you know that is out of control? You can't unplug it anymore. There's no more plug. So what do you do?
Sorry, I have a question over here, and that is, do you think that decentralization is really possible without creating a huge hamper? A lot of people, when we talk about antitrust and decentralization that's forced, we think of things like when the movie theaters were broken apart and when the little bells were, and both of those caused huge hampers of innovation in the industry. It really had no good side effects. So is that possible?
So there's two things. There's the models, and there's the data. As far as the models go, I think we can be a little bit optimistic that they're getting lighter and smaller without that much loss in their capabilities. And within a few years, we might not really need to have, the kind of industry-level clusters that are available to Google or an OpenAI or Microsoft in order to run the models. But then there's the data. And that's the really sticky point. Google owns the world's data. It's enormous. They've archived just exponentially more data than anybody else, and they're not going to share it. And the same goes for any private industry. It's the new gold, and you don't give away gold, right? You may give away your model in some sense because somebody can replicate it, but your data that's proprietary to you has too much value. So I think in terms of being able to train the models, I don't think there's going to be equity or distributed capabilities in terms of being to access the data. So I don't know what the solution for that is. We can continue to improve, certainly technologically, so that accessibility to really good models becomes more democratic. But where are we going to get everybody's emails from? Because Google's got yours. We don't, right? We academics certainly don't have it. A startup doesn't have it. That kind of distributed ecosystem, it's hard to see how we can replicate it because the data's locked up.
Open source actually happened, and so the reality is that you can have the decentralized and it can kind of form on its own. We know that happens, so can it happen in the AI community too? Is a realistic question.
I was going to circle back to what you just mentioned about open source, Kirk, and Elon earlier about it saying truly open source, and I wanted to know what exactly you meant by that, knowing that even open source is being used in different ways. I was just reading this article that it can be kind of subverted for profit motives, and then in the same kind of way that I was talking about, to get the data or to get the model when it's not really open source. It's open source only in the way that it's going to incentivize the corporations or what have you. I don't know if that question is clear.
So the open source community sort of operates on a certain degree of trust across parties, and of course somebody can take some open source code and turn it into a proprietary, never tell anybody else what they're doing with it, and it leaves, so to speak, the open source community. And this isn't about, I don't think the solution is about well-intentioned people who are looking to share all their valuable models necessarily. We can't rely on that. Instead, it's about having an ecosystem where there's just enough competition that you don't have a couple of big players that are completely drowning on anybody else. It's not a matter of relying on, and that's why I think regulation is a way of trying to impose that kind of structure of safety on people, and that can work to some extent, but somebody's dictating that regulation. There's a few people in that room in Washington who are actually writing up the model legislation. It's really about technologically keeping up, and that's I see our own mission as to some extent as being aligned with that, is that there has to be an ecosystem of competitive ecosystem. That's the only way. It's not a bunch of people. It's not do-gooders who are like, we need to know what these models work for. No, it's you need to build a better model so you can beat the next guy to the punch in terms of an API call that OpenAI is going to send. You want to send that API call. So it really is just a question of encouraging and fostering. If there is a regulatory structure that should, and if there is a sort of an ecosystem, the open source is one to look to some extent as a model of how you can encourage that kind of ecosystem. But we're not going to impose it, and we're not going to depend on. There's no way we can depend on sort of the good intentions of humanity. That never works.
Over time, wait a minute. Over time, what ends up happening is that you almost have like a point system, and bad actors kind of, again, get moved out of the community by usage, and it's in their economic interest, if they have an economic interest, to be in it. So that's how you can kind of self-form better behavior, collaboration, and so forth. And figuring out what works and what doesn't work happens organically, as opposed to anybody who's a mastermind figuring it out. It all just happens because it tends to work. What works tends to get rewarded and gets better, hopefully. That's a premise.
I think what time?
So if Google takes the brand new state-of-the-art open source model and it applies it now to their closed, huge, knows everything about everybody data set. So they've now taken this great idea, co-opted it, and now, because it's trained on their proprietary vast treasure trove that's not shared with anybody else, that's the nature of the issue that I was talking about. Well, so how are they not going to accept it? It's open source, so
Here is a working mic. Please take this mic and do not touch the button.
So, it does work. Each one of you, I'd like to think that we will get an audio transcription of this session so we can think about, remember, because obviously what's captured here is not enough for what was said. And for tomorrow, we need to come up with what is that we truly care about from this particular symposium. What are the top concerns and what we can do about it from a technology point of view, or maybe research in terms of policy, right? I want us to be action-oriented. Otherwise, you surface all these concerns and then we say, goodbye, I'll see you next year. And the same concern comes back. So let's not do that. So what I was saying before, I accidentally skipped one, right, which is very important. I'm not sure, Elon, the alignment, do you mean like alignment in terms of humans, vocabulary? The political correctness, okay. Okay, that kind of alignment, okay. So yeah, one thing is, if we are adding the human factor, human mask on the AI, how do we know this AI it's no longer the true AI? How do we know it hasn't started to lie to us because it's learning, master is saying this and we shouldn't be saying that because they're gonna get upset at us, right? So we don't really want that either. Anyway, so I was saying explainability, accountability, and some of the key thing and alignment, and this is all very important, but some of the key thing I heard today in terms of what technology can do, I find this LLM model over grand truths database. They are something that we all believe to be true, that's scientifically proven. Maybe we can look at something like that as the next step to see how it explains certain things to us. That's something that I believe can be done today. Who is responsible? Aligning the incentive for outcome, kind of like healthcare. Our American healthcare is totally misaligned in terms of incentive. And so the doctors always constantly wanting to give you more procedures or more tests because of liability issue, and they get paid per test, right? So if we can incent company, not AI itself, but company to build products, and AI is one of them, that is incent towards outcome, maybe that's something we can do. And that incentive could be a research paper by different departments of university. So these are the couple of things that we can look at. And I love the idea of this virtual environment because it will be fun. Even by itself, like AI playing game with avatar and see how it works out. That could be a pretty fun game, even in the gaming sector. So at least I see 3 areas that we can think about addressing them as next step. So tomorrow we will have a lot more to say. We're going to have a town hall to really open up more. So I'm going to leave this here. So tomorrow we can go back to it. Questions? No question? Meeting adjourned. Thank you for coming for day 1. I hope it's a good day. We were technically challenged, but we were there. And a beach party at 5 p.m. because by popular demand, beach party at 5 p.m. I tried to cancel it. Nope.
Hey, 1, 2, 3. Public service announcement. If you're going to Red Reef Park, if you're planning on attending the beach party at Red Reef Park, park across the street at the golf course. It'll cost you about $3 versus about $15 to $20. Even more. $30. Don't park in the official lot unless you really want to contribute to conservation of Red Reef.